Wen went to Monkey Mountain like this now. Wow, what a spectacular scene it would be. As for whether it's spectacular or not, Teacher Wen would end up being surrounded and suffer from heatstroke. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. Both the golden snub-nosed monkey and the red panda like climbing trees and are all fluffy. The little one hiding in Wen Youning's arms is quite busy, pushing here and pushing there, anxious to the point of woo-woo. Mine is mine. Wen Youning gently said to the little one in her arms, let's go in first. The little panda that couldn't squeeze in on the ground followed closely behind. Wen Youning took small steps, afraid of accidentally stepping on something. Inside the glass wall, the water pipe leaking on the ground has been covered by the grass, and the lawn looks like it has been cleaned up. Wen Youning placed two and two on the tree and said, don't throw food towards the wall anymore. I can't notice it, and it will just go to waste if you throw it down. If it weren't for Cayenne Newell discovering it this time, Wen Youning might have had to wait for the items to change and rot before she noticed. The leader opened his mouth. But it's really delicious. But humans don't eat bamboo. Wen Youning patted the little guy's head. Bamboo shoots are served on the table when they are young, but bamboo is all fibers. Oh, all right then. The red panda returned to the glass wall, and the park reopened. Wen Youning freed herself from the encirclement of the red pandas. Before they could react, she closed the door first and said, let's go. Cayenne Newell took a big bite of the apple and waved to Kaio Zhizhai. The sky is overcast. Dark clouds silently spread across the horizon. Before night falls, the dim surroundings create a somewhat oppressive feeling. It seems like it's going to rain. Wen Youning turned on the light in the dormitory. The red falcon shook its feathers and said, "Gah." Yes. Birds are very sensitive to the humidity in the air, just like swallows flying low before it rains. Wen Youning opened the door and said, "Little Black, bring everyone in to avoid the rain." The dog kennels haven't been built yet, and the courtyard is open everywhere. Only the eaves of the house can provide shelter from the rain, but the narrow eaves obviously can't cover so many dogs. The little tabby is sleeping in the corner of the sofa, snoring loudly. Wen Youning sat down beside it, and in a daze, the little tabby sensed something and squinted its eyes to crawl towards her. Meow. The little tabby cat's meow sounded drowsy as Wen Youning held it on her lap, opened her computer, and searched for the latest news about Lin Yaohai online. Is it that her livestream room lacks heat, or that the view count of the edited video of the Caucasian is not high? Judging by the fact that Lin Yaohai would take revenge on the rock wolf when its owner is not around, he is clearly a petty and calculating man. Logically speaking, after being severely injured in one leg by the rock wolf and suffering such a huge loss, he definitely would not let it go like that. Wen Youning couldn't find any information related to Lin Yaohai. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. She was still waiting for Lin Yaohai to make an appearance, but there was no response from that side. She pressed her lips together, briefly cutting off the voice in the live stream. Ziohang. Red Kestrel. Goo. What, who are you calling? Come on, help me out. The red falcon, HMPH, turned its head away and jumped onto her shoulder. What help? Speak. Use your connections, bird connections. Anyway, just help me find this person. Wen Youning showed the photo of Lin Yaohai from the online encyclopedia to Hongsun. Call a few pigeons after you find him. Hongsun tilted his head as he listened. Chirp. What benefits do you have from the falcon? Wen Youning, what do you want? I will satisfy all of it. Goo. Don't call that strange name again. Wen Youning deliberately teased it. What name? Little Red. Chirp. You're still talking. The red falcon is furious. Good. Don't call it. How about I give you a name? Wen Youning turned to the side and secretly called, since not calling it in the live broadcast room shouldn't classify the red falcon as her pet, which is reasonable. The red falcon blinked its eyes and said, "Goo. What should I call it? Your name sounds terrible." "Why does it sound so bad?" Wen Youning pushed the sleepy tabby cat. "You said how about the name sister picked?" "Meow. Sounds good." Even though my consciousness was in a half-dream state and not very clear, I still pronounced it clearly and distinctly. "Wen Youning, okay good, you continue to sleep." "Hoo-hoo. See, even the dried fish thinks my name is nice." Wen Youning pointed at its slightly curved feather tip on its head. "How about calling you Huan Huan?" The extra prominent feathers correspond perfectly to the top of the head, making it easy to distinguish from other red-footed falcons. It looks a bit like a tuft. Very cute. The red-footed falcon squints, its beak opening and closing, and it looks quite satisfied. But it didn't show on its face, puffing out its chest. Chirp. It's barely usable. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow and pretended to be disappointed, saying, "Is it that barely? Then let's still call it Ziohang." Goo, the red hawk stared. "No way. It's Huan Huan." Wen Youning laughed, holding onto the fluffy feathers of the red kestrel, and said, "Okay, Huan Huan. Where is my royal interpreter? Quickly tell me what Teacher Wen said." "Did Teacher Wen say she saw the dog in the yard and the panda in the next garden? She is preparing to give each fan in the live broadcast a dog and a panda." This translation is amazing. It really resonates with me. The red falcon received a mission. It fluffed up and turned to fly out. Wen Youning swiftly blocked it first, saying, "No hurry, let's wait until the rain stops." It is rare for birds to fly in the rain. When it rains, they all seek shelter. It is also difficult for the red-shouldered hawk to find its kind outside at this time. Its feathers will get soaked by the rain. Wen Youning opened a bag of sunflower seeds, peeled them for it to eat, and seeing the discussion in the comments heating up, she has already started planning a lottery to give away a panda. She picked up her phone and said, "Let's connect live. Is anyone going to join?" The previous discussion was instantly pushed up by the flood of 111 messages. "Hello Tiansu," Wen Youning answered the call. "Woof woof," the Alaskan Malamute licked the phone screen, its fluffy head taking up the entire frame. "Who is speaking?" "Hey little ball, go away." The girl pushed away the Alaskan that was blocking the camera. "Hello, Teacher Wen, I suspect my dog has a mental illness. Can this go on the mic?" Most regular pet hospitals deal more with injuries. For issues like psychological trauma and mental delusions, the doctors are at a loss. Human mental illnesses can be controlled with medication, but so far, there is still some inadequacy in the treatment of mental diseases in pets. Tiansu uses Alaska as an armrest, resting her elbow on it. It keeps barking intermittently now, making a scared, ow sound, startled and jumpy. You never know when it will suddenly bark. Because her dog has developed this problem, Tiansu hasn't been sleeping well lately. Just when she's sleeping soundly, the dog barks and scares her half to death. I set up a specific spot for it to go to the bathroom, but it insists on peeing next to it, rather than on the pee pad in the center. I have to clean up again every time. I don't know why this is happening, and whether it's related to this illness. Wen Youning asked, "Besides this, are there any other symptoms?" Another thing is, it used to love going out for walks, but since we moved, it only likes to stay at home. Does this count? Tiansu counted the specific situations on her fingers. Woof. So scary. The dog is so scary. I don't want to get close, it's terrifying. There are still some in the bedroom. There are also some in the kitchen. It learned to go to the bathroom like a dog. Wen Youning listened to the echoes from Alaska. After moving, there were no problems before moving. All issues appeared only after moving, right? Tiansu thought for a moment and said, "Yes, before at the villa it was all active outside. It might have barked, but I didn't hear it." Wen Youning pondered, "Could you take a shot of the fixed urine pad and the surroundings?" Tiansu stood up and did as asked. When she saw her reflection in the mirror, she didn't want to show her face, covered it for a moment, and then turned around to ask, "Is this okay?" Wen Youning rubbed her jaw with her fingertips and said, "Did you encounter any dogs when you walked them at the place where you used to live?" "No, not at all." Tiansu thought for a moment and replied, "I used to live in a villa area. There weren't even many people, let alone dogs. Otherwise I wouldn't have moved, would I?" Wen Youning, has it come into contact with its kind from a young age? It seems like it hasn't. My friend took it in before it even opened its eyes, so it might not have even seen its own siblings. What does this have to do with anything? Tiansu speculated. Could it be that it was bullied by dogs? That's why it doesn't want to go out. The Alaskan wags its tail. How is that possible? Wang can run. Wen Youning smiled slightly. Not bullied, it's just simply afraid of dogs. A very pure fear, even afraid of itself. Tiansu. Danmu. Dogs afraid of dogs, scaring themselves so much that they don't dare to urinate normally at home. Is this still Chinese, big sister? Sure enough, it is a difficult problem. Teacher Wen truly does not deceive me. The designated toilet spot for the dog is at the end of the hallway opposite a full-length mirror. It doesn't know that the dog in the mirror is itself, so it doesn't dare to go to the toilet normally. Because of the training to go to the designated spot, it thinks it should urinate there, so it compromises by urinating beside the toilet where it can't see itself in the mirror. Wen Youning shrugged. As for the surprises in the kitchen, it's because the kitchen cabinets are reflective and it saw the dog up there. A dog that is afraid of other dogs is still a dog that is afraid of itself. One of the three sledding fool really lives up to its reputation. Tiansu had a question mark over her head as if she had touched on her area of ignorance. Teacher Wen, you're not joking with me, right? An Alaskan of such a large build is afraid of dogs. Aren't you just a dog yourself, scared of yourself? Scared of yourself and howling. No, it doesn't have mental illness, nor does it have a psychiatric disorder. It simply fears dogs. Wen Youning comforted her. It's a small matter. Being afraid of dogs is not a big problem. Just remove mirrors and reflective objects and avoid contact with dogs. Considering all situation, Alaska is not scared by the suddenly appearing dogs. It is scared of dogs, which has nothing to do with whether they appear suddenly or not. Since moving, there have been many more instances of being startled and barking because I often see dogs. Before moving, there was little chance of encountering anything in the yard that resembled a dog. That dog being afraid of dogs is too miserable. Being afraid of dogs and being suspected of being a mentally ill dog is even worse. Tiansu pressed his brow and said, "Okay, Teacher Wen, I understand." Thought about all the possible illnesses and matched them with all the suspected symptoms. As a result, he is actually afraid of dogs. You this Sci. Woof. The dog looks super scary. Alaska is quite confident. After connecting online, Tiansu sighed while trying to find spots in the house where he could see his dog reflected, covering everything. Taking 3 steps would give her a big scare. 5 steps and she would tremble with fear. If this goes on, she would succumb to nervous breakdown before the dog. Outside, it has started to rain without anyone noticing. The rain isn't heavy and there's not much wind. With the door open, no rainwater has blown inside. The sound of water trickling makes one feel particularly tranquil. The dogs in the house each find a spot to lie down, with a few piled together, playing quietly but happily. Wen Youning opened a box of self-heating hot pot, added water, and covered the lid to wait for the steam to rise. On rainy days, it's perfect to enjoy a warm and cozy beef oil hot pot. If it weren't for the time constraint and the dorm not having enough stuff, she would definitely cook a proper hot pot. For now, I can only make do with a self-heating hot pot. Sea City Wildlife Park. Teacher Wen, good afternoon. I am Kyan Yu's friend. She suggested I come to the live stream for help. The live stream room is flooded with gifts from the zoo. Wen Youning clicks in, and the account is verified. It should be an official account. After finishing the gifts on the official account, actively apply for a voice chat. Wen Youning took a bite of beef jerky. Kyan Yu. Yes, Kyan Yu is my friend. I mentioned to her that I was having some problems while chatting, and she suggested I come to you for a voice chat. Xiao Yichen was still holding the otter analysis report and introduced himself. I am the caregiver of the otters. Wen Youning handed the peeled sunflower seeds to Hong Zun. What problem is it? The otter I take care of doesn't know why it isn't as lively as before. It's as if it's closed off from itself, floating on the water all day long and ignoring everyone. The look in its eyes gives me a feeling of sulking. Not knowing how to describe the specific situation, Xiao Yichen could only give a rough idea. He helplessly said, "The doctor can't find a reason and only said we should accompany it more and show more care, allowing the otter to adjust itself slowly." But it's been almost half a year. I've postponed all my work and handed the other otters over to other keepers, only accompanying it alone. At night, I sleep in the dormitory closest to it, with a glass window open so that the otter can see me as soon as it opens its eyes. Yet even so, the otter still shows no signs of improvement. The situation has not changed at all from before. "Hi, little guy." Wen Youning smiled as she looked towards the camera side of the otter. "If there's something bothering you, you can talk to me." The otter, floating on the water and swaying gently with the flow, slowly raised its head. Humans talking to an otter. A bit strange. The otter is also known as the ancestor of the otter cat. It has a long and flat body shape, belongs to the weasel family, and is one of the most widely distributed mammals in the world. A skilled fish catcher, it is also a legally kept pet. Some people even tie a harness on the otter and put it in the water to let it catch fish. The otter wet from the water looks smooth-skinned, but in fact it is also fluffy. Wen Youning listened to the otter's heart without much fluctuation and continued, "If you encounter anything, feel free to share with me, and I will help you solve it." Woo! The otter swam to the edge, trying hard to find the direction of the sound. Resolve. How to resolve? Seeing that the otter had reacted, Xiao Yichen quickly lifted his phone, wedging it at the edge of the pool and reminded, "It's here, hurry up." At work, Xiao Yichen's phone was always in a waterproof bag. It was necessary for work, as if the phone accidentally fell in, the waterproof bag could still save it. Why? So annoying. Not happy. Why are you not happy? The otter hums, "The caretaker is gone, not happy." Are you thinking about the previous caregiver? Wen Youning turned her gaze to Xiao Yichen, changing to a new caregiver. Did the previous caregiver leave, so you are new here? Xiao Yichen seemed like an outsider watching Wen Youning chat with the otter. "No, I graduated and started working here in the park. All the otters here are under my care. But speaking of the previous caregiver, there indeed was one who left in the first half of the year, but he was in charge of logistics and didn't have much of a relationship with the otters." Saying not much is a bit of an understatement. They have seen each other a few times. The zookeeper who left was just holding a title. In reality, he was sitting in the office and had little communication with the otters. How could the otters feel this sad about the zookeeper's departure? So when the problems with the otters first arose, the zookeepers in the entire park gathered to discuss the issue and find the cause, but no one suspected the zookeeper who had left. After all, situations where animals feel sad and heartbroken due to a zookeeper's departure typically only happen with zookeepers who have a very close relationship with the animals. How touching. Can't bear for the zookeeper to leave, so can't think of tea or food. Boo-hoo. The affection shown by small animals is the most sincere and pure. It is suggested to let the caretaker come back to give the little otter a big hug. What a caring little fellow. He has already invested such deep feelings without even knowing me. Sob, it's so touching. The otter patted its belly, knowing that Wen Youning could understand what it was saying, and let out an ah. Can you bring that person over? The otter has wanted to bite his butt for a long time. Before the otter could bite him, he ran away. The otter is sad. Trying to find the right words to comfort the otter, Wen Youning said, "Is it really that regrettable?" Xiao Yichen was confused but truly worried about the otter's situation. How about I ask Xiao Wu, the zookeeper who left, to come back for a bit and soothe the otter? Although I don't know when Xiao Wu got so close to the otter, if Xiao Wu came back and said a few words, he could make the otter recover to his original healthy appearance. Then he must make this call. Don't call yet. To avoid the spectacular scene of someone being chased by the otter and bitten on the butt, Wen Youning stopped Xiao Yichen's action. It's not that there's deep affection, it's that they have a grudge against each other. Huh. Xiao Yichen slightly opened his mouth, holding back for a while before letting out a muffled nasal sound. As he blinked in confusion, things began to develop in a strange direction. Xiao Yichen's Adam's apple rolled up and down, feeling a bit confused about the connection. If there is enmity, why would one be sad and unable to eat because of his resignation? If there is enmity, it means one doesn't like the other. Shouldn't a water otter rejoice and celebrate when its disliked caretaker resigns? Why is this water otter going against the grain? Wen Youning cleared her throat, stifling a laugh as she explained the situation. Because it had always wanted to bite that resigning caretaker's butt, and before it could do so, the caretaker left. Rather than being sad, it's more accurate to say that it's angry for missing the chance. This. My tears are flowing, and you tell me it's because I didn't bite your butt. Haha, I'm really impressed. Where's the zookeeper who resigned? Why don't they hurry up and let the otter take a bite? What if the otter gets sick? The otter is so cute it just wants to bite the zookeeper's butt. What's the problem with that? I agree to let the otter bite. The resigning zookeeper, is it your butt that you agreed to? Li? Xiao Yichen felt blank-headed, starting to think about why he followed Cayenne Nu's suggestion to participate in such a nonsensical live stream. Why does it want to bite Xiao Wu's butt? The venue is fully monitored, and Xiao Wu couldn't have done anything so heinous that the otter would remember him. If something happened where Xiao Wu harmed the otter, the others wouldn't have no news at all. The same question, Wen Youning repeated to the otter. Wu. Human sitting in the otter's food bucket. The otter angrily clenched its paws and hit its belly. It's really too much. The otter is going to bite his butt. Bite a big chunk. Super big bite. The otter raised its paw and said, So big. Wen Youning analyzed, is a rice bucket a bucket that holds fish? Otters do not eat like cats and dogs. They lie on the water's surface, holding the fish with their paws to eat. The feeders also throw fish to them. The otter nodded. That human is really excessive. Wen Youning nodded. Feeder Wu sat down in the bucket of fish and was seen by the otters. Xiao Yicheng, what this matter? Speaking of this, he actually has some impression. Xiao Wu is not responsible for feeding, but there was a flu outbreak once, so most of the feeders on duty didn't come to work, fearing they would spread the illness to the otters. If it really gets too busy, let Xiao Wu help with feeding. He lost his balance and sat down in the water bucket when there was standing water on the ground. When they returned, the colleagues were teasing Xiao Wu, whose pants were all wet. I didn't expect it to be because of this. Xiao Yichen helped explain, that was an accident. Xiao Wu didn't mean to. But clearly the otter did not know. The otter can only see humans sitting in its bowl. This is provocation. This is extremely excessive provocation. It's outrageous for anyone, whether a person or another animal, to sit in the bowl. The otter pouting touches its belly. Sooner or later it will bite him. This is a misunderstanding. Wen Youning was worried that the otter would hold its breath and get herself into trouble. He just lost his balance and wasn't provoking you. Woo! It is a provocation. Wen Youning said persuasively. If he was really provoking you, how could he end up looking so awkward, right? The otter hesitated. Hugh. Really? Of course, I never lie to little animals. Wen Youning changed the subject and said, but it is also true that you were in my bucket. Wen Youning suggested, let the caretaker in front of you compensate you with a bucket. No, 2 buckets of new fish as a way to make up for the previous incident. Is that okay? Deal. It agreed. Wen Youning slightly raised her chin, indicating that Xiao Yichen could go prepare new fish to coax the otter. That was close. The previous caretaker almost lost their job. LOL, fortunately I connected with Teacher Wen. Otherwise the otter would have been angry for who knows how long. Xiao Yichen came with the intention of seeking treatment. Whether it was reading minds or not, he didn't take it to heart, only thinking that he wanted to cure the otter. Moreover, it was recommended by a friend, so there was actually a layer of trust as a guarantee. However, the current development of the situation has far exceeded his expectations. Especially considering the otter's reaction now, it seems like what Wen Youning said is actually true. I'm a bit sweaty. The otter floated over and stared at him. Trick otter. Bite your butt. Wen Youning was stunned and blurted out, stay away from the shore. Xiao Yichen fell into his own thoughts, startled by the sound, and reflexively took a step forward, only to have the otter that lunged at him miss with its mouth open. Having nearly been bitten, Xiao Yichen was left in shock, immediately believing Wen Youning's words and hurriedly said, I'll go get the fish right now. He left so quickly that he even forgot to take his phone. During the live broadcast, the otter blinked at the person across from it, holding its face with its paws and rubbing it. Woo! Wait a minute, otter. After speaking, the otter dove into the pool. The phone is fixed above, and the shooting range is limited. Just now, when Xiao Yichen was fiddling with his phone, he probably scanned the surrounding environment. The pool where the otter is located is a very deep artificial pond. This should not just be the activity range of one otter. After all, it's too big here with a wall in the middle, but it seems there is no direct access to the bottom. It's hollow, so it should be passable. What is this for? Everyone has left. Teacher Wen, disconnect and move on to the next one. Otters look so cute when they swim. Is it their tail or their hind legs swinging back and forth? Hee. The otter is making me wait. Wen Youning responded to the comments, opened the lid of the self-heating hot pot, just in time to prepare for a meal, not in a hurry to connect with the next fan, so she simply ate while waiting. The otter that disappeared from the camera didn't make Wen Youning wait too long. The dark shadow of artificial waves passed over the water surface. The otter quickly turned around to stick its head out of the pool while holding a very small, confused-looking otter pup with its 2 little paws. The otter is displaying the pup. It's a little otter. Woo! So cute. Wen Youning gently said, yes, it is very cute. When Xiao Yichen was struggling to carry 2 buckets of fish back, he saw the otter in the pond showing off its cubs with various movements. Otters are social animals, and after giving birth to cubs, they will bring them in front of their kind to show everyone. Only those considered part of their family have the privilege to see their cubs. Xiao Yichen stepped closer. It really trusts you. It even specifically ran back to hug the cubs. However, just after a brief encounter, the otter already trusts Wen Youning to this extent. Such treatment used to be exclusive to the keepers who fed the otters. Before Wen Youning could say anything, Xiao Yichen was taken aback, and then he realized something was odd. Wait, where did you get the cub? You haven't given birth either. The otter sneered. What do you care? Xiao Yichen. Is it appropriate to snatch other otter cubs to show to Teacher Wen? Just say whether you showcased it or not. Only otters and sea otters love to show off their cubs. Who says they must show their own? Even without anything to show off, they still want to show off, haha. You are too much. Hurry and return the baby otter. Xiao Yichen pointed and gestured. It's very impolite to just take someone else's cubs. Ah! The otter suddenly stood up straight in the water and, without saying a word, passed the cub along the edge of the pool. In the next moment, a slightly larger otter rushed out from the left and knocked it over. The otter cub lost its support and was about to fall down, but Xiao Yichen dashed over in a single step, raising his palm to steadily catch it. Looking down again, the otter mother was also raising her paw, seemingly waiting to catch the falling cub. Xiao Yichen and the otter mother locked eyes. Whining, the otter mother screamed in anger, splashing in the water. Accomplice! It has accomplices. Wen Youning broke off some jerky to share with the sleeping little tabby on her lap, who opened its mouth to bite as soon as it caught the scent. The diligent translator said, "It says you are an accomplice to the otter that stole the cubs." Ha ha ha, don't deny it. You've even teamed up with the otter that steals cubs. What more do you have to explain? Surrender, cub stealer. Otter mom, heartbroken. True heartache isn't about loud arguments. I'm not an accomplice. Xiao Yicheng hurriedly explained to the angry glare of the otter mother. That cub was knocked away. If I don't catch it, it'll just fall to the ground, right? For the safety of the cub, I have to reach out, right? I don't believe it. Come again. The otter mother stretched out her paw, glaring at him angrily. Here, here, here. Xiao Yichen offered the otter cub with both hands. This should prove I'm not an accomplice, right? The beaten otter turned around and swam back, originally expecting to face a fierce battle with the otter mother. But when it returned, it saw the scene of the cub handover. The cub that was so hard to snatch away is gone. It immediately shouted angrily, "Ah! Traitor! You are the otter's traitor." Xiao Yichen couldn't understand but felt he was being accused. Is it scolding me? Wen Youning nodded slightly. It says you are a traitor. The otter mother became even angrier upon hearing this. Woo-woo. The otter said you are in cahoots. Xiao Yichen. This time I understand. No, I kindly saved the cub. What did I do to deserve this? Both sides are upset. You can't please both sides. The mother otter is very cautious of the otter that stole the cub, holding her cub and slowly backing into the water while facing that otter. The beaten otter rubbed its face and stared at Xiao Yichen while lying by the pool. It's all your fault. You're the most useless human the otter has ever seen. You can't even protect a single cub. What use do you have for an otter? Xiao Yichen's brow twitched slightly. That gaze seemed to imply he held a grudge against him. It won't suddenly bite my butt during work later, will it? Wen Youning, just a casual comment. Xiao Yichen. It's done. Light rain fell steadily until late at night. Outside the house, the sky was gloomy, and the light rain accompanied the night, filling the air with a faint scent of grass. The dormitory building has a courtyard with plants looking around. There was no standing water on the ground, but Wen Youning still didn't let the dogs out. It's damp outside, and lying on the rain-soaked grass is not comfortable at all. The little tabby cat, tired from playing, snuggled up on Wen Youning and took a comfortable nap. Woo! It rolled over, stretched out its paws, completely unfolding, and grasped at the air with its meat pads. Wen Youning was rubbing the little cat's belly. Awake now. Meow! The little tabby licked its nose, hugged Wen Youning's hand and licked it again, tilting its head and rubbing against her wrist. Just waking up, the kitten needs a moment to be dazed, its round eyes blinking as it looks around, seeing a bunch of dogs, but the familiar smelly bird is nowhere to be found. What? Where's the smelly bird? The red falcon has spent a relatively long time with the little tabby cat. After the general returned home, when Wen Youning didn't come back, there were only the two of them at home. Although they playfully bicker and annoy each other, their relationship is still quite good. It went out. Wen Youning cleaned the meat residue off the little tabby cat. Go drink some water. It had been asleep chewing on some jerky. Meow. The tabby cat widened its eyes in disbelief. It ran out to play by itself. It actually didn't go with Meow. So unfair, Meow. It's not going out to play, it's to handle business for me. Wen Youning rubbed the little tabby's smooth fur. Do you miss it? Calculating carefully, from the time the little tabby was asleep until it woke up, it seems there weren't actually many hours in between. Well, absolutely not. I hate the stinky birds, Meow. The little tabby shakes its fur, jumps off the sofa to drink water, and casually takes a bite of the cat food in the bowl. Only occasionally glancing towards the door. Humph. It's not like I'm watching to see if the stinky bird comes back. Handling serious business. What serious business? Animal agents sound pretty cool. That's it. Teacher Wen treats us like outsiders, not telling us such an important arrangement. The barrage is lively and noisy with cheers. Wen Youning smiled and said, when the red falcon comes back it will tell you itself. Bullet screen. It sounds like we can understand the red kite speaking. Wen Youning filled the empty bowls in the house with food and set aside a special meal for the patient to bring to the Caucasus. In the bedroom, the rock wolf has awakened. It lay quietly on the hospital bed. The blanket draped over it remained the same when Wen Youning went out and when she came back. What? I'm here. Wen Youning turned on the orange-yellow warm lamp by the bedside, its brightness low and suitable for distant illumination, ensuring it wouldn't be glaring. Putting down the food, Wen Youning lifted the blanket and said, "Come on, sister will carry you to the bathroom." The Caucasian paused and did not lean towards Wen Youning, but rather tried to prop himself up with his front paws, attempting to stand up on his own. Be good and don't move around, sister will handle it. Wen Youning gently patted the Caucasian's back. Be careful not to bump into the plaster. Wen Youning adjusted the angle of her arm to lift the Caucasian. In terms of size, the Caucasian Shepherd is larger than the German Shepherd. Weight is not an issue. What Wen Youning needs to consider is how to stretch out her hands to pick it up in a comfortable position without touching the leg that is in a cast. The rock wolf froze and did not move when Wen Youning held it. Perhaps knowing it would burden Wen Youning, it momentarily didn't know how to act. Although she didn't hear the Caucasian's voice, she could clearly understand its current thoughts from its reactions. Wen Youning felt a warmth in her heart and couldn't help but marvel at how considerate the rock wolf was. The palm rubbed twice in the thick fur of the Caucasian, and Wen Youning gently picked up the Caucasian. There are urine pads laid out on the bedside, and Wen Youning had previously reminded it that it could use the toilet on it, and she would come to clean it up later. But it was clear that the rock wolf did not want to do that. After the Caucasian finished using the toilet, it did not wait for Wen Youning to pick it up. It slowly came out on its own, learning to walk on 3 legs. Compared to the last injury, with the aid of medication, the Caucasian feels no pain. However, the cast wrapping makes it feel uncomfortable. Moreover, due to the cast, the raised injured leg easily touches the ground. This causes the Caucasian to have to move its front paws first, pause for a moment, and then let the hind legs follow. It's a bit slow, but this way it won't hit the plaster. Come eat this. Wen Youning added medicine to the patient meal, considering the chicken breast with soup and meat as a simple soup can. The Caucasian dog took a bite of the dog food, its nose twitching as it lifted its gaze towards the doorway, where a little tabby cat peeked in through the crack of the open door. This is a cat that it has seen before, raised by Wen Youning. The rock wolf showed no reaction and continued to eat its own food. The little tabby squinted its eyes and was also full of curiosity towards this big guy. I was scared half to death by the fierce appearance of the Caucasian I met earlier, and now the fragrance of warm grapefruit and lemon is all over him. To the little kitten, it seems that Wen Youning has tamed the beast. Since they were tamed by the elder sister, they are all Meow's little brothers. Only the little tabby is a bit worried. This little brother looks so big that helping him lick his fur might exhaust Meow. Wen Youning picked up the little cat with a head bigger than a Caucasian, lost in thought. Is the food finished? Meow. They've all finished eating, Meow. The little tabby also ate some jerky and barely touched the cat food before feeling full. With the little tabby leading the way, a few fluffy heads gradually appeared from the crack in the door. The little black cat was the first to follow closely behind the little tabby. Perhaps it's because they heard the sound from the Caucasus. The dogs are quite worried about the big boss's condition. Worried but not daring to come in directly. It just happened to rain today. Lying in the living room, they were lying on the ground, and while lying there, they pushed forward, and while pushing, they ended up at the door. This can't be blamed on the dogs entering the bedroom. One can only say that the living room is too small. Ha ha ha, looking casual but actually very concerned about the pupa. You all said to have a chat, but be careful not to bump into your boss's hind legs. Wen Youning picked up the little tabby cat, intending to give them space to bond. If you want to sleep, you can't jump onto the bed by yourself. You must remember to call me. This matter needs to be clarified, especially emphasized. Otherwise, the Caucasian might try to jump up by himself to avoid troubling her. Without getting a response, Wen Youning crouched next to the Caucasian dog, holding its fluffy scarf and asking, "Did you hear that?" "Woo," the Caucasian dog responded softly. "So good." Wen Youning stepped out, while the dogs that didn't squeeze inside were lying on the ground wagging their tails. She turned to the side and said, "Come in." "Woof. That's great. The big boss is here, and the dogs are all quite excited." Wen Youning sat back in the living room, glanced at the time, and saw there was still time before the agreed live broadcast end time with the fans, and picked up a slice of lotus root soaked in spicy oil from the self-heating hot pot. The little tabby cat jumped onto the table, tail held high. Meow. What you eat may not necessarily be liked by the kitten, but when it sees you eating, it will definitely come over to snatch a bite. Even if it really dislikes something, it will first sniff it before giving up on eating it. This is spicy. Without waiting for the tabby to reach out its paw, Wen Youning first handed over the lotus root slice. The spiciness of the beef fat hot pot base immediately made the tabby frown, and it leaped onto the sofa, disapprovingly using its paw to swipe at its face. Haha, the little tabby cat has written all her disdain on her face. "Teacher Wen, save me. My alpaca seems to be dying. I'm asking for an emergency appointment, applying for a connection in this colorful world." The screen is connected. The alpaca on the other side still hasn't shown up, and suddenly there's a sound. "Paw. Stay away from me." The boy seems to have been sprayed right in the face by the alpaca. After a moment, he appeared on screen and said, "Teacher Wen, help. Our local pet hospital won't take the alpaca. They said they don't know how to treat it. I searched online and it said that a lack of appetite in alpacas could be a serious illness. None of the doctors understand, and I don't know what to do." "Don't panic yet," Wen Youning reminded. "Pull the camera back and stay a bit farther from the alpaca." Only a small amount of alpaca fur was showing, making it hard to see the problem. "Oh good, after stepping forward in the bustling world, I got sprayed by the alpaca twice. Annoying." "It looks like it's in good spirits." Wen Youning asked, "Do you feel unwell anywhere?" The alpaca chewed, "I'm doing fine. It's eating less and less. Yesterday it didn't eat a single bite of the feed I put out. It's often just chewing emptily like now." Huahua World also tapped the food trough, which was full of alpaca food. The alpaca gave him a sidelong glance. "If you like that stuff, go ahead and eat it. I don't want what you finished. Grandma gives me better food." Not wanting to bicker with him, the alpaca went out to play on the grass by itself. Huahua World was holding his phone, and since this area all belonged to him, he wasn't in a hurry to chase the alpaca back. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. Have you ever tasted the feed in front of the alpaca? After eating, you just throw it back. This greedy little guy even snatched the alpaca feed. Alpaca, am I eating what you didn't finish? No, I changed to a new brand. The smell is different from the previous one. I just took a bite myself. Is it really that sensitive? In the world full of flowers seeking medical advice, there was no concealment. Whatever was asked was answered. Then he takes a bite to see if it can be eaten. He can't possibly finish it all by himself, so the leftovers won't go to waste and will definitely be put back in the alpaca's feeding trough. This is quite normal, isn't it? Well, that's part of the reason. Also, your mother probably secretly fed it other things after eating delicacies. It looks down on these substandard foods, and it looks down on the fodder you ate even more. Flowering World. I said that the alpaca feed hasn't decreased, yet its weight keeps increasing. So you've gone behind my back, huh? It eats well every day, yet gets mad at me, leaving me anxious all the time. I spent $700 on 2 online vets and still couldn't figure out what's wrong. Huahua rolled up her sleeves, ready to show this alpaca riding on her head a thing or two. Wen Youning suggested, don't confront it directly. Just cancel the snacks and replace the feed you've tried with something else. It's fine, I'm going to confront it head-on. I'm in the right. Huahua World waved his hand grandly. It's clearly the llama's fault. I'm in the right, so what am I afraid of? With the right on my side, I can go anywhere. Huahua World angrily grabbed his phone and charged over. While walking, I said, Dabai, you are really too much. I tried the fodder for your sake, yet you secretly eat the good stuff without telling me, making me worry about you for so many days. Suddenly, I stumbled after running a couple of steps, kicking up the grass under my feet and wildly rushing forward before sitting down with a thud, only to slide down the slope, my legs sliding right towards the alpaca in a sweeping motion. Bang! Woo! The alpaca at the bottom of the slope was flipped onto its back, with dirt and grass flying in the air, and after landing, it rolled around in a daze. What are you doing? What are you doing? The llama, which was peacefully enjoying the scenery, suddenly took off, making it so angry that it didn't even have time to stand up and started cursing. A spray aimed at the face of the flowery world. Ha ha ha, leave the matter of calming the llamas to the flowery world and just worry about it. Llama, just now choo-choo. Who did you say choo-choo was reasonable? Okay, you don't like playing easy matches. Was it intentional or accidental? Answer, intentionally accidental. Flower World. No, that's not how I planned it. Wrong, this was purely accidental. Huahua held his head, and the situation suddenly became passive. Bah! The alpaca didn't care, standing up and kicking. Let's go find Grandma. Hey, don't go, Hey, I'm in the right. Huahua hurriedly got up. Teacher Wen, I'll go comfort it first. Thank you today, I feel relieved knowing it's not sick. Huahua hurriedly said, wait for me. They quickly hung up after the call, and the next call followed in line immediately. The livestream room is very popular. With the current number of people applying to join, Wen Youning would have to go without eating or drinking and stay live for a month, connecting one after another just to finish them all. The premise is that no new people apply to join during this time. Wen Youning took a sip of the powder and said, hold on, I'll go check on Yan Lang. Judging by the time, the rock wolf should have finished eating. The bedroom is smaller than the living room with more furniture, and the dogs in the yard are a bit cramped when they come inside, leaving almost no space to walk. The rice bowl and soup bowl are both empty, and the rock wolf is sipping water intermittently. The boiled chicken breast has a lot of broth, made with plain water, enhancing the meat flavor while providing hydration. Wen Youning picked up Yan Lang and glanced at the lonely sickbed. She probably wouldn't be coming back to the room for a short time, so she thought for a moment and said, "How about we go to the living room for a while?" Yan Lang had been sleeping for a day, and now he definitely couldn't fall asleep. Rather than lying on the sickbed doing nothing, it would be better to go outside for some fresh air. Everyone is in the living room, which is lively. It had just rained outside, and with the door open the air is fresh. Woo! Wen Youning placed the rock wolf on the sofa. There is enough space here for the rock wolf to lie down completely. Rock wolf auntie gives a kiss. The big dog still looks handsome. Teacher Wen, at Brother Long is spreading rumors about you. I cursed him and he blocked me. Where's Brother Long? Didn't he say he was going to join the call? Why is there no response? New streamers don't dare to respond. They just deceive those without brains. Wen Youning's gaze calmly swept over these bullet comments. Many accounts with the fan badge Brother Long were flooding the live stream. There are official room managers assigned to the live broadcast room, and large-scale, meaningless text spamming will be blocked. She opened the list of people to connect, and the first one was the account Dragon Brother Views the World, which seemed to have spammed quite a bit. It's just that she was in the bedroom earlier and didn't notice. Seeing that the other party sent a request to connect, Wen Youning clicked agree. Chirp, 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 chirp. I'm hungry, hungry, hungry. I want to eat, want to eat, want to eat. The sound of birds chirping appeared in the live broadcast room before humans could speak. After chattering for half a day, a man's impatient voice rang out, "Stop calling, it's so annoying." Tweet. The bird just wants to talk. If you're not going to feed it and let it speak when it's hungry, why don't you just let it starve? Why raise a bird if you won't feed it? You really are the most annoying human the bird has ever seen. The call of the pearl bird echoed one after another, with hardly a pause in between. It was only when the man across from me took out the feeder and put it into the pearl bird's mouth that the sound finally disappeared. The bald man swayed in front of the camera. Hey, finally connected. If you didn't accept fans, I would have thought you were lying. He asked with a big smile, Anchor, I heard you can hear the voices of animals. Can you help me communicate with them? After all, you are the #1 on the popularity weekly list. You wouldn't refuse such a small favor, would you? Brother Long's words are sharp, while Wen Youning remains calm. There are many platform hosts who rely on mutual insults to create content and gain followers, and she's seen it all. Just the weekly popularity leaderboard. It's an official ranking, sorting all platform hosts' popularity from high to low over a week. Teacher Wen, don't mind him. Brother Long has always been first in the historical rankings. After you started your broadcast, your popularity exceeded his by 5 times in a week. Brother Long got triggered and intentionally stirred up trouble. Exactly, he even faked it. Brother Long and Teacher Wen are both from City A. It is suggested that Teacher Wen give him a beating offline. If you can take action, don't just talk. Yes, Wen Youning stroked the Caucasian fur and casually asked, Is that the parakeet on your shoulder? Chirp, 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 chirp. The parakeet, with a feeding device in its mouth, fluffed up its feathers. Who are you? You're a beautiful bird that I like. Can the bird be taken care of by you? The bird wants to kick this stupid guy out right now. Wen Youning, I. Chirp. The bird doesn't want to stay here for even a second. Today it will leave home. No, this can't even be considered a home for the bird. Wen Youning, you. Chirp, 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 chirp. Such a beautiful little bird can survive well anywhere and have plenty of food, but this ugly creature won't let me feed it and insists on having me photograph the bird. It's simply so annoying. Wen Youning was silent. Can't get a word in, simply can't get a word in. Haha, little chatterbox. Baby, you seem like a clockwork little bird. Cute is cute, but noisy is really noisy. Watching the live stream with headphones is subtly amazing. Peep peep. Beautiful human, may I ask if the little bird can come to find you? The bird knows where you are. The bird knows the zoo. The little bird didn't want to stay here anymore. Several little birds had already died before, and if the bird stayed any longer, it would die too. It is a very bad person. The bird doesn't want to die, boo-hoo. Wen Youning frowned slightly and glanced at Dragon Brother across the table. Okay. Chirp. Hooray. This human has agreed. After cheering, the peacock asked, Chirp. Strange. It seems this human can understand what the birds are saying. I understand. The pearl bird happily flaps its wings, coo. I know what the bird is thinking. Great humans. Longji usually films videos of traveling around the country with his pearl birds. His popularity is built upon them, and of course, the live broadcast must feature the pearl birds. All right, stop acting. Are you really pretending to have a conversation? Seeing Wen Youning speak so formally, he became increasingly speechless, shoving the feeder into the bird's beak to force it to be quiet and once again achieving a brief silence. I wasn't talking about it. What I needed your help with is this. Longji raised his phone, aiming it at the protruding beehive under the eaves of the bungalow. Could you tell the wasps inside to leave this home? Longji raised an eyebrow. The danger of a wasp nest is well known, and to avoid harming innocent official personnel, I won't call 110 or 119 since we have Teacher Wen here. With the ability to hear hearts and communicate with animals, I'm sure you can help me negotiate this, right? The pearl birds stop eating when they are full and run to Longji's head to observe the beehive. So big, it must be really delicious. Let's hit the bird down and have a taste. Wen Youning said, it's almost time, we'll leave shortly. Hey, you didn't even discuss it and you're just saying that the wasps will leave, Longji said sarcastically. Wen Youning leisurely ate hot pot. The hive is broken, so it definitely needs to be relocated. I suggest you leave quickly too. What does it mean that the hive is broken? Longji frowned when he heard her illogical response. Why should I leave? If you can't handle it, just say you can't. Stop beating around the bush and trying to scare someone. Wen Youning turned a deaf ear and said to herself, wasps can kill people. Longji. Good. Are you educating me here? Just search online, there's a ton of information. Longji rolled his eyes. I'm not provoking it. Why would a wasp sting me? His fans in the live stream were also flooding the chat with question marks. I'm speechless, just trying to attract attention. Everyone report the streamer on the other side. A scammer streamer who claims to read minds, using these nonsensical phrases to flaunt and deceive. It's ridiculous to have such high popularity. Wen Youning took a sip of juice. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The beehive is about to break. Brother Long was directly amused. About to. Do you think the beehive is voice controlled? It breaks just because you say so. Longji thought to himself, he knew it. This kind of streamer just pretends to provide some emotional value. What's the reason for their high popularity? After he finishes the criticism today, he'll make a video to complain about it, and surely push this person out of the streaming circle. Oh, come on, you're making it sound like I'm bullying you. Don't try to force me to uphold your dignity here with false pretenses. Longji raised his chin and said, if the hive is truly bad, I'll just pick it up and eat it. Before he finished speaking, the pearl bird suddenly erupted. Chirp. The bird is here. The plump, snow-white, expanding little rice ball launched off Dragon Brother's shoulder, rapidly flapping its tiny wings towards the beehive. Bang! After the impact, the beehive split in half and fell straight down. The pearl bird remembered what it had just heard from humans and flew away as soon as the wasps hadn't reacted yet. Cheep, 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 the call of the pearl bird was cheerful. Ha ha ha, I'm not going to eat anymore, I'm off. The bird is heading towards a free life. Can't catch up, can't catch up. The half of the bee's nest that fell to the ground was smashed to pieces, and the wasps emerged from within, swarming towards the only person present, Longji. Ah, damn, Brother Long turned and ran. It was close to summer, wearing thin clothes, and he didn't have anything to cover himself, especially being bald. He ran while covering his head with his hands, looking quite awkward. Damn, don't come over. It hurts, help. Bullet comments. Wow. It's really hit, it really came down. Awesome. If you don't believe Teacher Wen, it's over for you. You deserve to be stung in the head by a wasp. Has anyone helped to report to the police? If you actively seek out trouble, this is the outcome you should expect. Long Ji was so flustered that he couldn't take care of himself, and after a whirlwind in the live broadcast, he just pointed the camera at the sky. Most likely the phone was dropped while fleeing. The lightly colored tabby pushed past to try the juice, calmly picked up the cup and took a sip. See, I told you the honeycomb would spoil. Ha, exactly. I told you in advance and you still didn't run, just a silly pig. That felt great. The wasp stung that person silly, haha. Although the host on the other side was not in the frame, the screams could be heard from afar, and it seemed like they wouldn't be back to the live stream anytime soon. Wen Youning disconnected the live stream, clicked into the other host's profile, and scrolled through videos related to pearl birds. What is Teacher Wen doing? Do you like pearl birds? These are the evidence of him abusing pearl birds. Wen Youning scrolled down and found that almost every video was of pearl birds, so she simply selected all of them with one click and downloaded them all. Wen Youning said, change to a different zebra finch in the video after a while. Buy similar-looking zebra finches, then use a blurry shooting technique along with switches between long shots and close-ups to deceive fans. Wen Youning watched related videos and noted that there were also debunking efforts directed at Long Ji. It is evident that the company behind Long Ji controls the public opinion very well. Although there are comments suggesting the zebra finches might not be the same, the view count is extremely low, and it hasn't stirred up much of a storm. Wen Youning shared a comparison video on the live stream screen and said, "Everyone, please report it." Wow, I thought he was just trying to attract attention and gain views, but it turns out he's actually a scumbag. Really? Then where did the previous pearl birds go? All I can say is, if those pearl birds were still alive, why would Long Ji keep replacing them for filming? You beast no house. It is now evening, and the official review has fewer people working overtime, so the review speed is slow. Wen Youning has submitted evidence, and now we just wait for the official processing to go online. Fans in the live broadcast room are also helping to report, which will increase the success rate. Wen Youning picked up the self-heating hot pot. The heating pack in the bottom layer was warm but not hot, and holding it while eating could also warm her hands. She sat in the gap between the sofa and the coffee table, leaning back so that she could touch the claw of the rock wolf. The little tabby cat squatted beside Wen Youning, staring at the food in her hand, always ready to jump up and take a bite. Today, the unknown contact has reached the limit for calls, and Wen Youning has eaten almost a whole box of hot pot. Putting down the box, she hugged the little tabby cat, leaning against the Caucasian shepherd, surrounded by dogs, saying, "Let's chat a bit more before ending the stream. Make up for the screen time lost during the day." Buzz. Buzz. The phone resting on the water bottle almost fell due to the vibration. Wen Youning reached out to support it and accidentally answered the call. "Wen Youning, Shi Jincheng, are you home?" "Teacher Wen." Shi Jincheng's voice sounded a bit strange, like he was trying to suppress a laugh. "I arrived this afternoon, worked overtime until now, and then I found out there was a little problem with the general." Wen Yuling's smile faded a bit upon hearing this, and she asked nervously, "What happened?" Actually, it's not a big issue, Teacher Wen. Don't be nervous. I'll give you access to my home surveillance. You'll understand once you take a look." Shi Jincheng spoke vaguely, seeming a bit conflicted about how to explain. "Okay." Wen Youning looked at the background behind him and thought he was still at the police station. downloaded the software, and accessed the link provided by Shi Jin-chen. I heard Shi Jin-chen say, "Didn't the general see the suspect run out the door by himself before?" I felt very guilty at that time, so I had someone change all the locks on the doors and windows at home. I thought this would be foolproof, but just now I received a notification on my phone saying someone at home is trying to open the door. When I opened it, I saw the general standing at the door, trying to open it. Monitoring is a real-time image. Wen Youning clicked in, and the general squatted at the door, his recently recovered body still unable to move freely. It was also quite difficult for the general to stand up against the wall, with its paw resting on the doorknob, straining to lift its hind leg inside, trying to make itself suspended. While making this movement, it also bared its teeth, its ears pinned back against its head, making a thin, awkward sound that was like meow, meow. Hey, hey, open, open, oh meow. Why is it still not opening? Open quickly, open quickly. Wen Youning. General is learning to meow like a cat. Not only that, even its heart's voice is learning the sound of the little tabby cat meowing. This isn't right. Shi Jin-cheng's account is in Wen Youning's live stream room, and he also saw the barrage. Right, it's really strange. I don't know why it suddenly became like this. Is it because the general can't bear to part with the dried fish? No, Wen Youning said with a mix of laughter and tears. It is learning how to open the door for the dried fish. Shi Jin-cheng. Wait a moment, I'm having trouble keeping up. It might feel that the previous way of opening the door was not good, and there would be bad consequences after using it. However, they are very happy playing outside when the dried fish opens the door, so they think that the dried fish's way of opening the door is correct. Then, Wen Youning raised her hand to her forehead, trying hard to suppress the smirk on her lips. It's just a one-to-one replica of the way the fish dried opens the door, even though it can easily stand up and press the handle to open the door. The general also needs to hang like the fish dried on the handle, baring its teeth, struggling with its whole body including its tail, emitting a very tired meowing sound. Puff, ha ha ha, the plagiarism rate is 100%. Not to mention, our general's learning ability is truly impressive. I had never seen how the dried fish opened the door before, but I didn't expect the general to act it out. The little tabby exploded in anger upon hearing this. So angry that it started meowing. Defamation, this is defamation. Meow, isn't this silly, look. Haha, good you are. Wen Youning laughed while holding the little tabby tightly, and the kitten's paws were already heading for her phone. What would happen if this phone broke? If the general were in front of the little tabby cat now, the cat would have already pounced and fought the general to the death. It totally ruins the cat's image. I can't stand this cat's bad temper at all. All right, don't be angry. Wen Youning coaxed, it's just learning. Meow. No, you can't. The lock on the door at Shi Jin-cheng's home has been specially handled. It's like the general's way of opening it. Even if you take the handle off inside, it still can't be opened. So he is not worried about the general running out again. The previous time he saw the general in the monitoring footage, he was just a bit bewildered and couldn't understand the reason. After listening to Wen Youning's explanation, Shi Jin-chen was almost laughing to death. Their family general still has some brains. But not much. Just knowing the reason is enough. After getting into the back seat of the car, Shi Jin-chen said, I'm going back to touch the small dog that learns from cats. Wen Youning smiled as she hung up the phone. The general is just too adorable. The learning is quite on point. I just don't know if the general will think that Hong Sun isn't home this time since last time. It was Hong Sun and Zhao Li Hua working together to open the door. Hong Sun is really hard to learn. The little tabby is pouting, this isn't right. Meow is going to find it now and give it a beating. The general has already gone home. Wen Youning picked up the furious little tabby. It's too far, you can't go, spare its life. Meow. Just once, meow. No more than once is not allowed. Outside, the sound of the birds flapping their wings is accompanied by a series of urgent calls. Chirp, 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 chirp. Help, help, someone save me. Huh. I seem to have heard the sound of a Zhenju bird. Before the question marks started appearing in the live chat, Wen Youning closed the stream first, saying, "It's getting late, everyone should rest early." Just in time to wrap up the duration. Wen Youning put down the little tabby and walked outside. In the pitch darkness of the night, a small white figure rushed over, panting, and exclaimed, "Chirp. Human, human, the little bird is here to see you." Wen Youning raised her hand to receive it. "Why are you so exhausted?" Chirp, chirp. Over there, over there. The bird saw a lot of blood from the humans. Is he going to die? Wen Youning was taken aback and took out her phone to prepare to call the police, but then realized she didn't know the specific location. The little bird could not possibly remember the name of the road or the community entrance. Remembering the exact location in an unfamiliar place is a bit too difficult for the little bird. Lead the way. Chirp, the round and chubby pearl bird pointed to the left with its wings this way. Wen Youning patted the little tabby cat's head. "Tell the dog at home that I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back soon." Meow. The little tabby cat was still quite reliable when it came to delivering messages. The pearl bird was tired of flying. Its thin little wings flapped, and it flew slower than Wen Youning could run. Wen Youning casually picked up the pearl bird. "Just point the way, is it far?" Chirp, chirp, chirp. Not far, just ahead. Right by that big building over there." Wen Youning looked in the direction pointed by the pearl bird, where the towering clock at the top of the skyscraper was faintly visible. That should be a residential community. It's quite a distance from the zoo. Wen Youning placed an order for a car on her phone. At this time, in the remote outskirts of the city, no one was accepting orders. To save time, Wen Youning could only take the old man's ride to the zoo first. After all, this is quicker than running over. As for driving out of the park, I'll report to the park when I come back. At this time, the staff have all gotten off work. The pearl bird stood inside the old man's ride, curiously observing its surroundings, hopping here and pecking there, chirping non-stop. The zebra finch is generally quite talkative. To those who cannot understand the speech of small animals, it is just simple bird calls, but to Wen Youning's ears, the zebra finch has been talking continuously since getting on the bus, without stopping. They might not even feel thirsty. Little chatterbox. Chirp, chirp. The bird did not mistake you. You are indeed a good person. That nasty person who filmed the bird said that the bird behaved poorly and wanted to stew it and replace it with a new one. He is really bad. All of the bird's friends have died. The bird is left all alone. The bird is afraid to run. The bird has no place to go, but luckily there is you. The clever budgerigar won't rashly venture into the wild unless it finds the next reliable human. Wen Youning looked at the fork in the road ahead and asked, "Left or right?" "Jeeba. Left." A little white raised its wings and pointed the way for Wen Youning. Pointing the way doesn't prevent it from speaking. "Did you see that human who was bleeding a lot? Was it by the roadside or in the building's glass?" Wen Youning stepped on the gas of the old man's vehicle, and this speed made her even more determined to buy a car. The pearl bird obviously couldn't hop over here. Flying gives it a wider field of vision. But there are still people eating skewers at the roadside nearby at night, and quite a few people running at night. If a person is lying on the ground, someone should send them to the hospital. Wen Youning confirmed with the pearl bird. Chirp, chirp. Above, the bird was blown up, flying so high, resting on the platform. It saw a human lying in a pool of blood. He cut his hand with a knife. Very scary. The pearl bird is illustrated and explained in detail, and while speaking, it uses its wings to gesture on the other side, indicating that it is just like this. Wen Youning thought about committing suicide by cutting her wrists. Do you remember which floor it was on? Tweed. Birds cannot count. Speaking of this, the sound of the zebra finch is rarely a bit hollow, but in the next moment it shifts gears and says, cheap. But the bird can fly up to find. The bird remembers which perch it is. Aren't little birds great? Great. For a moment, with so much information being inputted, and having to distinguish between what's useful and the little musings of the zebra finch, even Wen Youning was momentarily overwhelmed by the massive amount of information. The elderly people's vehicle cannot enter the community. It is the elderly who can drive such cars all over the country. If not the elderly, younger people driving haphazardly may really get caught. Wen Youning finds a roadside spot to park the elderly people's vehicle. As soon as the car door opened, the pearl bird couldn't wait to fly out, tweet tweet. This way. It spun in the air, flapping its little wings to lead the way. Wen Youning followed the pearl bird into the community, which was sparsely populated. Only a few households had their lights on in the buildings at night, and besides the security guard standing under the streetlight eating sunflower seeds, there was hardly anyone else on the road. Chirp. This is the place. The zebra finch led Wen Youning all the way to the row houses, flying to about the second floor height and landing on the extended terrace. Twitter. Don't die, human, don't die. Wen Youning glanced at the door number, quickly edited a text message to call the police, and pressed the emergency call button connected to the security room on the door. The police car definitely wouldn't arrive as quickly as the property management, so opening the door to save someone is the priority. After a harsh sound of electric current before the person opposite could speak, Wen Youning hurriedly said, "Hello, someone is in Unit 5 of Building A in the townhouse area." Don't call the police. The surroundings were empty, with the faint sound of electrical currents mixing with the wind, above which a weak but clear voice was heard. An urgent call was met with a delayed response from the property staff. Hello, what happened at Building A? Goo. You're awake. Not dead, this human sister is still alive. It's okay. Wen Youning replied hurriedly and then released her hand from the emergency call button. Wen Youning looked up. On the terrace, a pale-faced man stood by the fence, while the white pearl birds chirped incessantly on the fence, jumping and calling. Oh wow, how did you wake up by yourself? It's really great that you're okay. You humans have no idea. You just lying there in the blood scared the birds to death. The man rubbed his brow, the dried blood on his wrist already crusted over, red covering a large area of his arm. Perhaps the action of raising his hand pulled at the pain in his wrist, causing his hand to pause for a moment as he said in a deep voice, "Come here and talk." The emergency message being edited halfway on the phone was deleted. When the man opened the door for Wen Youning, he was wrapping tape around his wrist with paper towels in his hand. It's just one hand that is injured and I have to bite it with my mouth. The movement is very difficult. At the moment the tissue was about to slip from her hand, Wen Youning instinctively caught it. It's better to go to the hospital if there is too much blood loss. It's fine, I'll be all right after a moment. The man forced a bitter smile and said, "If I show up at the hospital looking like this, everyone will worry." The man looked at Wen Youning with confusion and couldn't help but pause. "Aren't you my fan?" Wen Youning was puzzled. The man looked even more bewildered than she was. "Then how did you come here to save me?" Upon hearing this, Wen Youning realized that the man seemed to think of her as a devoted fan who came to check on him after discovering he was injured. Wen Youning pointed to the little pearl bird next to her that was chirping non-stop. "It was it that called me here." "Yes, it was called by the little bird." The man was taken aback. As he calmly cut his wrist to meet death, he indeed heard the sound of birds. The bird's call lasted only an instant and did not go on for too long. At the time, I thought it was just an illusion caused by excessive blood loss. I didn't expect that the little bird saw him and even found someone to rescue him. Chirp! The zebra finch puffed up its chest in front of the man. Isn't the little bird amazing? Wen Youning said, "It's waiting for you to praise it for being amazing." The man stared blankly, reacting slowly as he looked at Wen Youning and smirked. What a powerful little bird. Goo! That is really impressive. Wen Youning looked at the wound that had opened again with apparent signs of bleeding due to the man's improper handling and asked, "Do you have a first aid kit? The wound is too deep and you can't just wrap it like this. If you don't go to the hospital, I can help you treat it." It seems that the major artery has not been cut. Otherwise, given the amount of bleeding from the artery, the person would have been half dead by the time she arrived, let alone being able to stand up and open the door herself. The man asked, "Are you a doctor?" Wen Youning's response was momentarily hesitant, not much different. "What? I am an animal doctor." "It's nothing," the man coughed twice. "Humans are also animals." "Wait for me a moment." The man's lips were bloodless. Although it wasn't enough to cause excessive bleeding, he had still lost a lot of blood. He seemed a bit slow in his reaction as he rummaged through his house. It seemed that the man was not very familiar with the room. After searching for a while, he finally took down the medicine cabinet from the upper shelf. "Sorry," the man apologized, "I don't come here often. Please check these medicines, they should not be expired." Wen Youning opened it and found that it contained some first aid medications for stopping bleeding and relieving pain. This is a regular medicine cabinet, mostly filled with cold and fever medications. This kind of medicine cabinet looks a bit like the one a doctor would take on house calls, just short of adrenaline. It seems like they are aware of the man's situation and have prepared accordingly. Wen Youning opened the hemostatic powder. "Did you cut your wrist yourself?" "Yes." The man looked at the wound covered with powder but soaked by blood again. "After finishing the last scene, I was stuck in the character and couldn't come out of it. I planned to come here to get away from the crowd and clear my mind. I just wanted to be alone, so I asked them all to leave. My agent was worried and afraid something might happen to me, so they prepared all this." Chirp! The pearl bird tilted its head. "Why harm yourself? Don't you feel pain? Bad people hit little birds, and even if the bird doesn't bleed, it hurts a lot. You must be hurting too, so please don't hurt yourself." The man glanced at his life-saving bird and saw that it was not very big, but it seemed that its small body contained endless energy, flapping its wings and hopping around. "It's a bit noisy, but very lively." It was like a bright color contrasting sharply with the dark, lifeless deep sea. "A bit cute." Wen Youning helped him bandage the wound. "Take a moment. If the bleeding doesn't stop, contact the agent to go to the hospital for stitches." "Okay, thank you." The man looked at his hand, sighed softly, and switched to his other healthy hand. "My name is Wen Youning." "Wen Youning." "Gugugoo." The little bird calls Snow White. The name sounds nice, right? It was chosen by the little bird itself. This is what the little bird saw in the video. It called the white and vast area snow. And snow is as beautiful as the little bird. Wen Youning tilted her head towards the pearl bird. "It's called snow." Wen Youning nodded and seriously reached out his hand towards the pearl bird. "Hello, snow." Chirp! The zebra finch jumped onto his hand, one claw gripping the tip of his finger, swaying as if shaking hands. "Hello, hello." It was still a bit difficult for the zebra finch to stand on one claw, as it wobbled and hopped 2 steps to the left, then quickly hopped twice to the right, eventually plopping down into Wen Youning's hand. The fact that it didn't stand steadily at all did not affect the cheerful and happy mood of the pearl bird, its claws gripping his fingertip and shaking nonstop. Tweet, tweet. He hello Yan Yushin. Wen Youning said with a smile, it really likes you. I like it very much too. After a pause, Yan Yushin said seriously, it is very cute. It was as serious as if announcing a major event. The pearl bird proudly raises its head. It is the most beautiful among all the little birds. Wen Youning looked at the pearl bird, then at Yan Yushin and asked, have you been to the hospital for a checkup? Me? Yan Yushin didn't answer immediately, seeming to ponder whether to say it or not. In the end, he nodded. The doctor prescribed medication, and today I don't know what's going on. It feels very strange. Anyway, it started with cutting fruit, and I don't know how, but the knife fell on my wrist. For Yan Yushin, fully recalling the previous memories meant confronting a series of blurry images. He didn't deliberately conceal it. It's simply because he himself is in a daze. Tweed. This is too terrifying. Even the little birds are trembling. Yan Yushin shook his head as if trying to wake himself up a bit. Actually, there's no big problem. The doctor said I just need to have regular checkups. Today was an accident. Wen Youning searched online for information about Yan Yushin. Not knowing much about the entertainment industry, her only option was to search online. Have you thought about getting a pet to divert your attention? The doctor suggested that I get a cat or a dog, Yan Yushin explained. But I think keeping animals is about fate. If I haven't encountered one that I like, the plan is on hold. Goo. Why raise cats and dogs? Aren't birds nice? Birds are clearly so cute. The pearl bird jumped onto Yan Yushin's shoulder. Cheap. Look at the bird. Isn't the bird cute? Cats will pounce on bird, and the little birds do not like cats. Yan Yushin's gaze unconsciously followed the white glutinous rice ball, listening to the little birds chirping without understanding, only able to respond in a daze. The zebra finch talked for a long time, then stared wide-eyed at the human, its shiny little black eyes looking at Wen Youning. Cheap. Wen Youning, it's asking you why you only want to raise cats and dogs and not small birds. The pearl bird nods yes. There is no opportunity. Yan Yushin has visited pet stores, where the common sights are small cats and dogs. To raise small birds, one might have to go to a flower, bird, fish, and insect market. Looking at the cute little guy, Yan Yushin said, what breed of bird is this? It's a pearl bird. Besides being a bit talkative, there are no major issues. Wen Youning listened to the pearl bird chattering all the way here. The sound of its calls still echoes in her ears. So penetrating. The duration is still long. Not tired screaming glutinous rice dumplings. Tweed. Not all pearl birds are as cute as Baizu. The pearl bird raises its tail feathers. Look, Baizu's tail feathers are the most beautiful. Yan Yushin's eyes were gentle, and the soft feathers brushed past his cheek. The confused sense of death that had been silent began to loosen a little. The chattering little creature made him seem especially silent. The pearl bird flapped its wings and chirped. Why aren't you speaking? Are you feeling uncomfortable again and want to grab a knife? No, you can't do that. You look like this. The little bird is worried about you. Forget it. The little bird often comes to see you. The little bird flies very fast. Wen Youning saw Yan Yushin staring intently and asked, do you like it? Yan Yushin looked blank, suddenly realizing that staring at someone else's pet like this didn't seem quite right. Sorry. Wen Youning waved her hand and turned to the pearl bird sticking to Yan Yushin's shoulder. Baizu, do you want to stay? Goo, the pearl bird was surprised, its eyes widened. Goo. Oh yeah, the little bird can stay to watch over you. That way there's no need to fly back and forth. Yay. Yan Yushin does not keep any other animals, and from what he said, he doesn't plan to in the future. The lack of a growth environment for cats is the best for the zebra finch. Can I? Yan Yushin seemed to be struck by surprise. He really likes Baeksu and has considered buying Baeksu from Wen Youning, but after all, it's someone else's pet, especially since Baeksu is so smart, adorable, and sensible. one can guess that the owner wouldn't want to part with it. Moreover, the person just rescued him, and he couldn't bring himself to say he wanted to buy a budgerigar. Wen Youning said, Bai Zhu also wants to stay. Yan Yushan's eyes lit up. I'll transfer you the money. Name your price. I know that the effort put into raising a pet can't be bought with money. This is just my little gesture. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of it. No need to transfer money. To be precise, Bai Zhu is not my pet. It just escaped from a place that eats birds and saw you on its way to find me. Wen Youning pushed away Yan Yushan's hand that was attempting to scan the payment code and said, This is also a kind of fate, isn't it? Seeing Wen Youning and the zebra finch so in sync, Yan Yushan initially thought the zebra finch belonged to Wen Youning. When he heard that and looked at the lively and cute zebra finch, a hint of heartache appeared in his eyes. Where to eat the bird? It's just so small. Chirp. Not afraid. The little bird is very capable. When Yan Yushan lowered his head, the budgerigar came over to nuzzle him. He had never raised a pet before and felt a bit at a loss. Add me as a friend, and I'll send you some things you'll need for the budgerigar as soon as possible. Wen Youning opened the shopping app and scrolled through, especially the feeder. If you don't feed the budgerigar on time, it will keep talking to you. When the budgerigar chatters, few can withstand it. Okay, Yan Yushan readily agreed, not even looking at the price, just adding it directly to the shopping cart as shared by Wen Youning. The pearl bird lowered its head, looking at the castle-style luxury cage, and pointed its wing. Chirp. I want this color. Yan Yushan didn't understand, but it didn't stop him from buying. All kinds of flavors to eat, all colors to live in, mats, feeders, and so on. After placing the order and making the payment, Yan Yushan was still reluctant to part. The pearl bird feels dizzy, goo goo goo. So many, so very many. Yan Yushan's fingertips were rubbing the phone screen when he suddenly realized what Wen Youning had just said, and confusion gradually filled his eyes. Miss Wen, you just said that it saw me on the way to find you. Yes, what's wrong? Wen Youning raised her hand to call the pearl bird over and whispered some self-defense tips to it. Yan Yushan. Does that mean the pearl bird had a very short time meeting with Wen Youning? No, in fact, he even met the pearl bird earlier than Wen Youning did. He was just in a coma at that time. So then, where does the tacit understanding between Wen Youning and the pearl bird come from? With just one action from the pearl bird, Wen Youning can realize what it wants to say. Shouldn't this be a tacit understanding cultivated little by little from raising it since childhood? Yan Yushan is a bit at a loss for words, he stammered. It seems you can communicate without barriers. Wen Youning, yeah, I can understand what it's saying. Chirp. Heart voices are fine too. The little bird has discovered, this beautiful human can hear the inner voice of the bird. Wen Youning narrowed her eyes and said, yes, the inner voice can be heard too. Yan Yushan. Do you mean you can hear the inner voice of animals? In other words, is there a possibility of this kind? After I cut my wrist, I died. Everything that happened afterward, from being called for help by the pearl bird to Wen Youning helping him bandage up, are all illusions that appeared after my soul left my body. It seems that this is the only way to make sense of it. Wen Youning snapped her fingers. I'm back to my senses. Yan Yushan blinked, feeling the faint heartbeat in his chest, and he was certain he was still alive. There may exist an answer between life and death. Everything he is experiencing right now is real. However, mind reading is somewhat bewildering, and whether the effects of mind reading on people are real is still in doubt. Reading animals' thoughts is even more unheard of. It just so happens that the things that really happen cannot help but make him disbelieve. Could it be a made-up story? Is it just to raise the pearl bird for him? How could that be possible? My mind is all messed up. Yan Yushan saw that Wen Youning had a calm expression, as if she didn't think at all about what she had just said. That was shocking. Is this something I can casually tell others? There are many strange people and events hidden among the common people. Most people will hide them more or less. Wen Youning has always been transparent about these things, giving a very simple example. If we go out now, and you point to me and loudly declare to a passerby that I can read the hearts of animals, do you think the passerby would believe you? Yan Yushin this. Not only would they not believe it, but they might also think I'm a lunatic, or that I'm pretending to be crazy after losing a dare among friends. If you believe it exists, if you don't, it doesn't. Wen Youning patted his shoulder. Take good care of Bai Zhu, I have to go now. Her car is still parked outside. Although there aren't many cars at night, it's possible that traffic police might work overtime. The fine isn't much, but having your car towed would be a hassle. Okay, I will definitely take good care of it. Yan Yushin's voice was soft yet very firm, like a solemn vow. Goodbye, Baeksu. Chirp. Bye. Little birds will take care of the silly human who plays with knives. When Wen Youning goes out, she can still hear the murmurs of the pearl bird. Chirp chirp /. Human, you should go to sleep. If you're not feeling well, you need to sleep. When little birds feel unwell, a nap makes everything better. I'm a bit sleepy too, shall we go to sleep together? The pearl bird babbles a lot, and during a brief pause to catch its breath, Yan Yushin's deep voice sounded, I don't understand. But I will respond. A halo appears on the horizon. The sunlight fell on the curled-up little tabby cat sleeping at the head of the warm grapefruit bed, and it turned over, shaking its ears. The rustling sound outside made the little cat squint its eyes. It listened attentively. Perhaps because there were too many animals outside, the little kitten initially had no reaction. After a moment of dull thinking, it finally got up and jumped down from the bed. Stinky bird. The red falcon pecks at the ground. The kitten's paw pads silently approached the floor. Only when it got close did it reveal its claws and pounce. Ow. Die. The red falcon had already sensed the approach of the small tabby cat and directly flapped its wings to dodge. Out of the tacit understanding developed from usually being at odds. When there was a gap in the bedroom door, the red falcon was already on high alert. Meow. Stinky bird going out to play without me. Goo. Next time I'll take you. Meow meow. Really? The little tabby didn't expect this argument to be so easy. Goo. Meow. All right, I'll trust you this once, meow. The little tabby jumped onto the table and grabbed a can from the cabinet. Let me give you something delicious. The little tabby cat is kindly trying to open a can for the red falcon, but the can is made of tin, and the only opening is the pull tab. This pull tab is quite a challenge for the tabby cat's paws. It scratched at it a few times but had no response. The little tabby blinked its eyes and picked up the can, running back to the bedroom. Meow, meow, meow. Wait a moment, meow. Meow, the little tabby carrying the can made a strangely funny sound. Are you hungry? Wen Youning lay sideways, squinting at the little tabby pawing at the can. Meow. Feed the stinky bird. Huan is back. Wen Youning yawned, got up to wash her face and took the canned food outside. I left food for the red falcon before bed last night. The homemade dry pet food is not convenient for it to eat, so I prepared steamed pet food for it. This has lost its heat, and it hasn't become dry and hard from being left outside for too long. It's just right for eating now. Wen Youning poured the canned food inside and patted the red falcon's head. Goo. The falcon found many of its kind, but it hasn't found a human yet. Don't be in a hurry. Wen Youning removed the dead leaves and branches stuck on the red falcon. The red falcon had been out all night. You've worked hard. Have a meal and take a nap. The red falcon took a peck at the canned food, disliking the texture of the meat paste, and continued to eat the cooked meat left by Wen Youning. Wen Youning was petting the little tabby cat and opened her phone to start the live stream as she walked into the kitchen. Good morning, everyone. Meow. Good morning, Meow. I can't believe you actually went live on time today. I'll hold off on scolding you for running away so quickly last night. When do we start pairing up? I'm ready to test my typing speed. We'll connect again later, emergency cases first. Wen Youning prepared breakfast for the fluffy ones, holding a bun while sitting on the sofa. It's getting hotter and hotter. It was still morning, and Wen Youning already felt a bit stuffy. I need to prepare some ice in advance. Once the temperature rises completely, I can let the dogs in the yard come inside to enjoy the air conditioning. The ice is for them to play with outside. Raising a dog is different from raising a cat. Dogs need to be taken out for walks to expend energy, otherwise they will destroy the house. Even if the dog at home is well behaved and does not touch the innocent sofa or mattress. But a full of energy dog can only lie down and sleep in an air-conditioned room, which is a bit too cruel for the poor little dog. Here at the staff dormitory of the zoo, there is no air conditioning like the one in the park outside. The little tabby jumped onto the sofa, and Wen Youning broke off a small piece of dumpling skin for it. What filling is in this dumpling? Wen Youning casually took a pack of steamed dumplings from the frozen food section without looking at the specific filling. It was a vegetable filling, probably zucchini, and tasted pretty good. The little tabby picked up the tasteless dumpling skin. It wasn't good, and the cat didn't want to eat it. It bit the dumpling and lifted its head, shaking it as if it were trying to send the dumpling skin to its mouth. Well, after 800 feints, the dumpling skin doesn't know where it went. The small tabby licked its nose, feeling quite satisfied. Meow tilde. Wen Youning tapped her fingertips on the table. Here, don't waste it. Meow tilde. I didn't escape. No matter how bad the food is, it has to be eaten. Ha ha ha, the little tabby has learned to pretend to eat. It's so funny, the child can eat whatever they like. Why bully the little cat? Wen Youning finished breakfast, glanced at the Caucasian's bowl, and estimated that it would still take a while to eat. The Caucasian normally eats quickly. A bowl of dog food takes only 3 to 5 bites, but eating too much is bad for the stomach, just like for humans and small animals. Wen Youning intentionally guides it to slow down its eating speed. Come on, the first one to go live today. Gui 2, Wen Youning sipped her milk and opened the mic for connection. The interface shows that the live connection has started, but the screen on the other side is black, or more accurately, slightly blurry, as something is blocking the camera. When Teacher Wen, Gui 2 didn't finish his sentence and let out 2 consecutive yawns, obviously extremely sleepy. Woof woof. Don't sleep, get up, woof. The husky kicked the bed with a paw, flipping the phone face down, showing its wise eyes. It ignored everything, focused on kicking back home, its 2 front legs lifted and dropped heavily. Puff. On the way home, I was busy fiddling with my phone and didn't notice what the husky was doing and got kicked squarely in the face. Cough, cough, are you crazy, cough. I kicked the husky with my phone in hand. The husky easily dodged. Woof woof. Come on, stop playing with that broken phone all day. On the way back, I grabbed the husky's mouth and pushed it away. Teacher Wen, is it normal for the husky to be so excited? He even specifically pointed to the clock on the bedside. I am abroad, about a 10-hour time difference with the domestic side. It has been excited since this morning and only rested for less than an hour before jumping up again, starting to bang its head against the wall and the door. When it couldn't get out, it came back to hit me. Exhausted from being tormented, anyone would struggle to sleep peacefully. A big dog suddenly dropping onto your chest is a miracle you didn't die on the spot. He sighed and said, is this really considered stereotypical behavior? Animals kept in zoos for a long time exhibit stereotypical behavior by banging their heads against walls and self-harming. It seemed that the husky is quite happy. Maybe the happiness is just on the surface. It's banging its head against the wall, so the husky must be feeling pretty bad inside. I vote for the husky going crazy. My dog is also inexplicably hyper and will even push against me to bang its head against the wall, and if it doesn't, it will slap me in the face. The husky attempted to bite on the way back several times but was blocked by him using his hand. Woof woof. Let's go woof, hurry up and go. If you don't leave, you're going to die. If you don't go, just open the door and I'll walk out by myself, woof. Wen Youning asked, where do you want to take him? What do you mean by if you don't go, you'll die? You can tell me first and I'll help you convey it. Woof, the husky raised its eyes, and its ice blue eyes showed a hint of surprise. Woof. Person. The husky pounced in front of the phone. It's going to break, it's going to shake, it's all going to fall apart. Run, woof. Wen Youning. What? Woo-woo. The house, chandelier, and table are starting to shake. The husky shakes its head as if it were a dog like that. The husky in the performance looks like it's drunk, barely able to stand. What's wrong with you again? Still biting me, talk nicely to teacher Wen, don't mess with me. Returning home, shaking off, so annoying. Earthquake. Wen Youning combined the husky's feelings and decisively said, Gui Tu, you need to leave the house immediately and find an open area. Ah, what? Gui Tu didn't react in time and was already practically putting on clothes. The husky saw him move and turned to dash towards the door. Woof. Open the door for the dog. He rushed straight out the door on his way back, not forgetting to knock on his roommate's door. His cries of earthquake echoed loudly. Earthquake, is that for real? So, is the husky howling so badly because it doesn't want to die? Dog, what's the matter? The king of hell is at the door asking you to go back for dinner. Still sleeping, you foolish pig. Haha, I can't keep up, this is really unmanageable. There are quite a few people in the apartment building staying up late playing games. The shout on the way back scared quite a few people, who ran out in a hurry. In the rush, there wasn't even time to get dressed. Returning home, I was the first to rush out of the building, panting in the relatively open fitness plaza in front. Upon taking a closer look, many people were wrapped in blankets as they ran down. A classmate of Gidu I knew came over and asked, Brother, what happened? Was there an earthquake? This scared me. My heart almost jumped out. Only after coming down did Gidu have extra thoughts to consider. What if he woke up so many people and later found out it was a false alarm? The husky is panting hard with its tongue out. But the apartment building in front of them definitely shows no signs of collapsing. They are not in an earthquake zone at all. They are far away from it. The possibility of an earthquake is very small. Teacher Wen, it can't fool you, can it? Is the earthquake real or not? On the way back, he doesn't doubt Wen Youning's ability, but he questions his own silly dog. Woof. Of course it's real. Woof feels it. Small animals can sense earthquakes in advance. There are definite instances of this. Before Wen Youning could speak, the camera began to shake. During an earthquake, even if a person is standing on flat ground, they will be unsteady on their feet. What the hell? On the way home, one hand was holding the dog while the other tightly gripped the phone. The nearby house was in chaos. The sound of heavy objects falling and the jumbled footsteps drowned out the voices of those talking on the way back. Only the sound of barking dogs was still very clear. Woof, 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 woof. Pick it up, pick up the ears. Haha, look how annoyed my dog is. Dog, if it weren't for eating your food, I really wouldn't care about you. Oh my, it's really an earthquake. Returning home shouted, no wonder when it bumped the door just now I pulled it back. It was so angry that it wanted to bite me. So it turns out it was an earthquake. The husky planned to leave on its own since it couldn't be called. The door didn't open, and I was pulled back and locked inside. Isn't this just sending the dog to its death? Bitten less. The husky must have been speechless at that time, haha. It can be considered that we have escaped danger for now. Gui too said, Teacher Wen, I'm moving to another place with the teachers. It's inconvenient to live stream, so I'll hang up for now. I'll come back to make up for the gifts after I'm done here. Wen Youning reminded, be careful, hold on to your dog. Gui too came down without a dog leash. The environment was too chaotic, and he was afraid someone might steal his dog. The news of the earthquake abroad won't reach the country so quickly. Wen Youning threw the empty milk box into the trash can. The red falcon rested on the sofa cushion, and the tabby lay on the sofa, its tail swaying back and forth, seemingly resting but actually getting closer to the red falcon, pawing at the cushion to see if the red falcon was really asleep. The little tabby rolled over, startling the red falcon, which opened its eyes with a whoosh. Oof. There were birds calling outside, and the red falcon flew out after hearing one. Wen Youning listened, and it seemed like Huan Wan's friend had come. She got up and went outside to seek the little bird's help, as the delicious food must be prepared properly. She thought that the red falcon would find many kinds of birds to help, such as sparrows and magpies, which are common in the city. But as soon as Wen Youning appeared, she was faced with what could almost be described as a sea of red falcons. On the tree at the entrance, on the fence, on the door, one could always see them as their sight shifted. So many. Wow, what's going on? Why are there so many red-shouldered hawks? Is this right, Teacher Wen? Is this right? 1, 2, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Woo-woo, Teacher Wen, you must transform well inside. We will all remember you. Could it be that all the red-shouldered hawks in the country are here? Do they have their own information network? Seeing so many red-shouldered hawks, Wen Youning gasped in surprise and rushed into the living room to turn the live stream camera in a different direction. If she had known the outside would be such a spectacular sight, she would have ended the stream before opening the door. However, as long as you don't bring it into the house, it doesn't count as raising it. The only one I brought in is the red kite, and it's a rescue, not raising. There's nothing wrong with the camera capturing it. The red kite tilted its head. It's okay. Wen Youning thought about the dog at home and said, I'll go get some food for you to eat. She only has a pair of eyes. What if she doesn't know which one is looking at which, and by the time she realizes it, they start fighting? That would be terrible. Jew. Are you talking to humans? Humans are stupid and can't understand the words of the falcon. You're wasting your time. A flock of red falcons started chatting. Stray dogs seldom prey on birds, as they cannot climb trees or jump like cats. Birds typically do not run on the ground unless they are sick, injured, and unable to fly, which would cause them to fall from the tree. Additionally, the dogs have just finished their breakfast, and at this time with Wen Youning, there's no need to worry about running out of meals. As soon as one meal is finished, the next is already on the stove. They are well fed and have no intention of hunting. When they see Wen Youning go back to the house, they all quietly lie down on the spot without trying to tease the birds. Come on, everyone, don't be polite. If there's not enough to eat, there's more. Wen Youning cut a piece of water pipe, trimmed the top, and made a simple feeding trough. There are too many red shafts. If fed in a bowl, there might not be enough bowls at home for all the kestrels to eat together. It wouldn't be right to let some kestrels eat first while others are waiting in line. How can we treat visiting guests like this? This water pipe happens to solve an urgent problem. Most of the food is fresh meat, with only a small portion of cooked meat for them to try. Wen Youning laid out the meat, filling the tray to the brim, and only stopped when there was no more space left. Huan Wan flew onto Wen Youning's shoulder and did not join in. Wen Youning set up the feeding trough and did not plan to stay and watch them eat, leaving the dining area for the red kite. Who wants to watch TV? Turn the camera around. I also wanted to show my grandma a flock of red kites, but as soon as I ran out of the room, the image was gone. So spectacular, did anyone take screenshot? Please share one. Cough, what's so great about red kites? Wen Youning said, trying to cover it up. I think it's pretty average. Bullet screen. Huan turned her head and rubbed against her. I think so too. They are far worse than hawks. Wen Youning chuckled lightly, feeling that what she said didn't seem to mean the same as what Huan said. But it's not a big problem. Seeing that the barrage was still discussing, Wen Youning connected the next fan to shift everyone's attention. Sunny but raining, Teacher Wen, are those red kites yours? The first sentence after connecting was a direct hit. Wen Youning's hand was hovering on the end live stream button, and she silently thought, the ones who paid for the connection. No, it was just some food. Feeding the red hawk isn't illegal, it's just that there are a lot more of them. She helplessly rubbed her forehead. You applied to connect, and you wouldn't be asking me this, would you? No, of course not. On a rainy sunny day, the person raised the chinchilla. They were chewing something within their hand. It's this. My chinchilla ate the gold pendant from my necklace. Chinchillas are a common name for small rodents of the family Chinchillidae. The chinchilla in front of me is round and chubby, with light gray fur, a pair of ears that are faintly pink on the inside, held by someone, its small paws resting on a hand in the sunny rain, staring blankly at the camera. Fart. I didn't eat. Unable to hear the protests of the chinchilla on a sunny day while it was raining, speaking about this made my speaking speed quicken, full of accusation in my tone. Let me tell you, Teacher Wen, I am really speechless. Last night I added food for it, and the chinchilla cage I bought is very big. I had to bend down to add the food. After I struggled to pour it in, I didn't notice any problem at the time, but later, after a while, I bumped into my necklace and found that my newly bought gold necklace pendant was gone. This thing was really expensive. Losing it hurts. I thought to myself, I didn't go out all day, and it was gone right after I added food for the chinchilla. It must have fallen into the chinchilla cage, so I went to search it. I turned over the bedding for half a day and found nothing, and the food bowl was also empty. That gold pendant wasn't very big. The chinchilla might have mindlessly eaten it mixed with the other food. On a rainy sunny day, just thinking about this makes my heart ache. At that moment, I thought of the Heimlich maneuver, but it didn't choke, which means it had already swallowed it. I figured the Heimlich couldn't induce vomiting, so I looked online for methods to induce vomiting in a chinchilla. They all said to do it with soap water for cats and dogs, but no one mentioned how to induce vomiting in a chinchilla. I was afraid something might go wrong, so I didn't induce vomiting and just waited for it to come out. But on a rainy sunny day, scratching my head, I've been waiting for a day and it hasn't gone to the bathroom. Teacher Wen, do you think I should try some suppository? That gold can't be digested by a chinchilla's stomach, right? If I haven't fully digested it, then melting off a few grams is still money. The Totoro's eyes are wide open and its ears are upright. I didn't eat. Wen Youning shook her head. The Totoro said it didn't eat. Have you looked elsewhere? On a sunny day, Qing Tian shrugged. I've looked everywhere, Teacher Wen, just short of checking Totoro's stomach. I suspect it swallowed it along with the food without even knowing if it ate or not. I connected to ask, if it can't digest the gold, does that mean we have to go to the hospital for surgery? Totoro exploded in anger. If I said I didn't eat, then I didn't eat. Are your eyes blind? Call the police. On a sunny day, the cat said, or you can tell me if there are any methods to induce vomiting that are applicable to the Totoro, and I'll give it a try. Wen Youning stopped her thoughts. Let's hold off on inducing vomiting for now. First, let me ask you, is the golden pendant it ate shaped like an oval droplet with hollow floral patterns engraved on it? Yes. Hey, how did you know, Teacher Wen? The girl pointed at the Totoro. Did Nini's voice say that? I didn't mention it so specifically just now. She only said it was a golden pendant without describing it in such detail. Ha, it really was eaten by Ninny. Otherwise, how could it remember so clearly? No, I saw it, Wen Youning said lightly. The pendant is hanging on your coat zipper. Girl. Oh no. Totoro, it's another surgery and inducing vomiting. What exactly are you doing with the medicine? Great, the pharmacist is here, we're saved. Bring that broken pendant when you go to court. Totoro, voice up for me, feed me peanuts. Why not just donate those eyes if you're not using them? On a sunny day, I felt my coat and, following the decorative zipper down, I indeed found the hooked gold pendant at the very bottom. I completely didn't notice when it got hung up. The gold pendant is not solid. It feels light and has no weight, and she surprisingly never noticed it. Fortunately, she was worried about the chinchilla and hasn't gone out from last night until now. Otherwise, if she had gone for a walk, who knows where this pendant would have gone? HMPA, said the chinchilla angrily. You really have blind eyes. On a sunny day, I opened my mouth and said, Teacher Wen, I fed it some laxatives before. Given its current situation, should I give it some anti-diarrheal medication? The chinchilla was silent for a long time. There were rumors that it had swallowed gold and committed suicide. And on a sunny day, I was also afraid the chinchilla would eat itself to death. After a whole night of not being able to resolve it, this is when I was given the laxative. Wen Youning, are you adding too much water and too much noodles? I know your intentions to protect the cat is good, but you must not set off. The cat has really suffered a lot because of you. No need to feed, let's observe the situation first. Medicines are 3 parts poison, especially when giving medication to small animals. One must be very careful with the dosage. Okay. On a sunny day, Qing Tian Yu said, then I'll bring some more good food to nourish it. Although the surgery and induced vomiting were not arranged, the chinchilla has also suffered since the gold pendant was lost yesterday. The chinchilla gave her a glance. At least you have a little conscience. Eat in circles. Wen Youning looked for snacks in the cupboard under the sunny sky and reminded, it wants something round. It should be the blue bag. This one. Under the sunny sky, Qing Tian took out the grass ball. Great. Let's eat this. Nai usually loves this kind of grass ball the most. Today I won't hold back. You can eat a few. Go ahead, baby. The voice grew quieter, and the live broadcast screen was closed. Wen Youning got up to the kitchen to grab a bag of chips and looked out the window. The red falcon was still eating. Chatting while eating, occasionally pecking, the agile little head turns around wildly. The nearby red-shouldered hawk raised its head to see Wen Youning at the glass window while chatting, instinctively spreading its wings, fluffing up its feathers, stepping back with its claws, ready to fly away at any moment. Wen Youning smiled and waved at it. The red-shouldered hawk realized that Wen Youning was the human feeding it, blinked its eyes, and returned to the food bowl. The bird pecked at the feeder but couldn't help but observe Wen Youning, hopping forward a couple of steps to stand on top of the feeder. Before it could curiously fly over, Huan landed on Wen Youning's shoulder first, narrowing its eyes. Then, silent communication. The red falcon jumped down from the feeding trough and continued to eat with its head down. Huan shook its fur, puffed out its chest, and perched well on Wen Youning's shoulder. With its little belly puffed up just as it raised it, Wen Youning's fingertip poked it the next moment. Goo, Huan was poked right on target. Don't poke the falcon. Wen Youning gently rubbed its little head with her fingertips. Huan squinted its eyes, and a chip flashed in front of it which it pecked at. Wen Youning looked at the chip that was missing a piece. Huan tried a bite, and perhaps finding the taste quite good, leaned over to have another bite. You can't eat this. Wen Youning quickly took the chips away. This is too salty. Fried chips are both salty and oily. If she eats too many, she will feel thirsty, let alone small animals that can't eat too salty food. Chirp. Falcons can eat. Meow, the little tabby came in, wagging its tail happily. Cats can eat too. Wen Youning smiled at the little cat rubbing against her legs. Do you know what you are eating? Meow. No matter what it is, cats can eat it. All of it. Wen Youning broke the piece that Huan had pecked at into small pieces to let them both taste it. They definitely can't eat more. The potato chips have no meat or seafood, which are of no interest to the little tabby. Meow. It's not tasty, meow. Backslash it's fried potatoes, you don't like eating potatoes, backslash. Wen Youning opened 2 packs of deep-sea fish snacks, backslash come eat this, backslash. Meow. Juju took a bite of the potato chip, then a bite of the dried fish, holding a small piece and tilting her head back to swallow it. Wen Youning came out of the kitchen, mumbling, next time, I'll make sure to buy meat and bones at the market. The meat doesn't need to be completely trimmed. Leave a bit of meat on the edge, boil it in plain water, and it becomes a natural toy and teething stick. Teacher Wen doesn't bring her phone, so she must be sneaking off to pet the red falcon when we're not paying attention. So many fluffy things. This is the streamer's life, my dream. I'm back. When Youning shook the potato chips in her hand, I went to get some snacks. The Caucasian jumped onto the sofa after finishing its meal, its leg wrapped in plaster, not applying any force, pausing for a moment after jumping onto the sofa, then adjusting its position to lie on its side. Wen Youning was looking at the phone screen, but out of the corner of her eye, she was watching the Caucasian until it settled down, and a fluffy background appeared behind her. Ding tilde. The account you reported has been verified. A message popped up in the background, indicating that there was a response to yesterday's complaint about Long Ji's account. Ji's account has been banned, backslash. Wen Youning read out the final result, and when searching for Long Ji's account ID, it already showed that the account does not exist. It should be banned. I saw Long Ji at the People's Hospital today. He looked like a pig's head. I almost didn't recognize him. He was incoherent and kept sticking out his tongue, yelling to call the police, haha. What are you going to report? That teacher Wen controlled the budgerigar to crash into a wasp nest, causing him to get stung by wasps. They wouldn't even take it seriously enough to file a case. Speaking of reporting to the police, have you seen the police report from City C? They specifically praised the enthusiastic citizen teacher Wen. Enthusiastic citizen. Wen Youning bit into a potato chip, confused as she clicked the link. The link jumped to Weibo. Found that City A had retweeted the official Weibo of City C and mentioned her account in the post. The announcement image with a blue background and white text briefly described the time when the gold robbery occurred. The robbery case at the gold shop on Hongbin Road 210 in City C occurred when 2 suspects robbed the shop at 10:31 a.m. and then fled. They have now been captured in City A, and all stolen items have been returned. Currently, the investigation is ongoing. This is the end of the Weibo post, but the official account commented in the comment section of this post. See City Hongbin Road Subbureau. Special thanks to enthusiastic citizen MS Wen for providing suspect information, helping to apprehend one of the fugitives, and providing the location of the hidden property involved in the case. The branch of City A also followed up with a retweet that included a photo of Wen Youning holding a banner, which is blurred but not very effective. The moment of rescuing with the little white dog was live streamed, and the replay can be easily checked. Wen Youning. When was it filmed? Didn't it just get rolled up quickly after being unfolded? Later, Xi Jincheng asked her for a reshoot, and Wen Youning even guessed what kind it would be, so she politely declined, but in the end there were still photos posted online. Upon closer inspection, the hand has a rolling motion, as if it was captured from a paused video just before it was rolled up. Wen Youning. Xi Jincheng, you're so scheming. Wow, this term banner is really a good word. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Holding it in isn't good for your health. Ha ha ha, who thought of this? So talented. Is this considered an officially certified mind-reading technique? Hey, if you look closely at the notice, it only mentions providing important clues to help solve the case. The officials probably wouldn't say anything outright about mind reading. It's a sensitive topic. Everyone knows what it is. After all, this is an official message, and its credibility is there. Many people followed the link and checked out the account of Wen Youning to see what was going on. The Weibo account of Wen Youning is linked to the live streaming account, and the homepage contains live streaming information. There is no information that netizens can't find online. Digging deeper, from the first suspect captured at Monkey Mountain with no video but related screenshot information available, to later finding gold bars during a live stream of rescuing people from a garbage station. Someone edited it into a long video. The first half of the text is a picture, and the second half is a video. The entire process is very clear. Along with Wen Youning's topic, it has also become a trending topic. Many live stream clips are in the topic, and their popularity is very high. Why not compliment Xi Jinping? He played a crucial role in this case, which is, he got to know teacher Wen. It's a bit impressive. Is mind reading really true? I'll take another look. Being officially recognized and praised definitely cannot be a scam or a deceptive internet fraudster. The topic of discussion is very heated, and people are basically wavering between believing and not believing. The remaining part, the topic, is all about the banner. Wen Youning logged out of the account and decided to say goodbye to this account for a short time before the discussion about the banner passes. Ow. Woof woof. Jew. Don't come over, don't come over. Go away, ow. Did they start fighting? The voices outside suddenly rose in volume. Wen Youning didn't have time to think and hurriedly put down her phone to go outside and meet it. Wen Youning, don't fight, don't fight. Is there a bit of distance between the red falcon and the dogs? Why did they suddenly start fighting? Wen Youning felt puzzled, listening to the familiar sounds of small animals intermingled in the noisy commotion. Outside the door, not a single red falcon remained on the fence, and the dog that was basking in the sun in the yard also disappeared without a trace. The sounds of little animals were still noisy. Wen Youning followed the caregiver in confusion and saw a red falcon landing on the roof, while the dog was guarding at the base of the wall, looking up at the climbing little panda, perhaps. Wen Youning gasped as she looked at the wall covered in pandas. Ow! Tuan saw Wen Youning and stretched out her paw pitifully while sitting on the wall. Hug. Good. Previously, I escaped and explored on my own. Now, the leader is leading the group to run away. Wen Youning squeezed into the circle of little dogs. Tuan trusted her very much and jumped down without hesitation when he saw her coming. Steadily holding the red panda in her arms, Wen Youning gently patted its still trembling back, looking like it had been scared badly. Seeing this, the little pandas on the wall also gathered around wanting to join in, but they noticed there was no place for them in Wen Youning's arms, and with so many dogs jumping on the ground, even though the dogs didn't seem to have any ill intentions, the pandas were too scared to jump. Woo! Ayawoo! Not daring to jump, they stretched out their paws towards Wen Youning, imitating the way of the little panda Tuan. What are you all doing? The sound of Kaio Zhizhe collapsing came from the other side of the wall. Anyone who catches a little panda trying to escape will turn back and find that everyone else has run away, and the sound will definitely be more desperate than hers. I just turned on the warm-up function and everyone fled. As Kaio Zhizhe's voice grew closer, she stepped on the artificial hill and climbed over the wall. You all. Her words abruptly stopped when she saw Wen Youning. This. Kaio Zhizhe looked at the little panda and then at Wen Youning, her gaze finally settling on the ball of fluff in her arms. She let out a hiss and instantly realized why the red panda had run away. Kaio Zhizhai raised her eyebrows slightly, teasing her, and said, "Teacher Wen, if you want to see the red panda, just come over and watch." Wen Youning. I didn't. Wronged. She inexplicably felt a sense of being caught red-handed and speechless. The escaping panda was in her arms. The panda that didn't escape reached out its hand to her. The accident scene is so clear. In the long silence, I don't know which red panda jumped down, just landing on the dog's head. The dog licked the red panda after being hit, which scared the red panda into shouting, "Ah! Help me, help me!" Timid but with a loud call. Bitten, whoa. Wen Youning quickly scooped it up nearby, and the friendly dog wagged its tail trying to take another bite. The red panda found support and huffed at it. It's dangerous here, let's go back first. Wen Youning raised the red panda to give it to Kaio Zhizhai. Kaio Zhizhai sat on the wall without getting down, reached out to grab one and put it on the rockery before going to pick up the rest. She poked the little panda's head. There are no little pandas in the panda garden. Is this reasonable? Luckily, Nguyen was kept inside. Otherwise, when tourists came, they would only see an empty exhibition hall. Holding the little panda, Kaio Zhizhai sighed. "It's over. This time Tuan will tell all the little pandas that you're here. They won't stop running over here all day long." The red panda usually likes to run outside, where there are artificially created mountains and rivers, and it climbs up and down to play. Kaio Zhizhai is now very suspicious that the red pandas have had internal discussions and selected one to attract her attention, while the other red pandas take the opportunity to escape. The other caretakers of the Red Panda Park are waiting below to assist. One person carries two back. The red panda is struggling, but not much. Perhaps because it wants to stay but is afraid of the dog below, it gets conflicted and thinking about it easily gives up resistance and gets taken away. Kaio Zhizhai was so tired that she was pounding her lower back. Grabbing the last red panda on the wall, she finally got to rest for a moment. When she looked up, she was attracted by the birds all over the ceiling. Those birds, are they red kites? But this is a protected animal. Where did so many red-footed falcons come from? Kaio Zhizhai wondered. Has their zoo really reached such a level now? Red-footed falcons can be raised. Wen Youning took out the little panda from her arms and said, "I invited them for dinner." It was the bird called for help by Chu Huanwan, but she didn't know that all that had been called were red-footed falcons. Oh, Kaio Zhizhai replied with a flat tone, her intonation rising at the end of her sentence. She recognized all the words, but she was a bit confused about how they fit together. Teacher Wen always manages to drop another astonishing piece of news when I'm in disbelief. Kaio Zhizhai reached out to grab Tuan, while the little panda desperately burrowed into Wen Youning's arms. Fortunately, in summer, the clothes were thin and there was nowhere to hide. If it were winter and wearing a down jacket, the little panda would have already hidden away inside. "Be good, you should go home now." When Youning held the little panda's paw, "It's dangerous here. I'll come find you when I'm done, okay?" Woo! The red panda tightened its claws on her clothes, mumbling and unwilling to leave. The drooping tail swayed as the dog came over to sniff. The red panda quickly tucked its tail away and hugged its paws in front. Aewoo! Kaio Zhizhai looked back and said, "Teacher Wen, I'll take these few back first before letting Tuan go." Tuan clearly did not want to leave, and dragging it back might lead to a rebellious streak, making it even more eager to escape. Let's just have Tuan stay here long enough, so it will be easier to call him back later. The red panda is entrusted to Wen Youning, so she can rest assured. If a different caretaker was assigned, they would definitely have to take it away no matter what. Kaio Zhizhai finished speaking and hurriedly jumped down from the wall to intercept the red panda that was sneakily running back, saying, Stop. All of you come with me. Ow. The little panda's protests were ruthlessly suppressed by the zookeeper. Tuan's ears trembled, afraid to look back in case someone was trying to capture him again, peeking cautiously behind. Wen Youning lifted the little panda, saying, "Okay, your zookeeper has left." "Wow. Good." Wen Youning rubbed the silly and cheerful little guy, / "What's good about this? There are so many dogs here, aren't you scared, / "Ow. Don't be afraid." The little panda contentedly snuggled back into Wen Youning's arms. "Is there anyone from City A? I'm buying tickets to the zoo now, I'll cover the cost." Let's go immediately. What's happening outside? Bring your phone." "You cold-hearted woman, I will not show a hint of a smile in your live stream. I will silently gift you money and never smile again." "Yay, it's a red panda." "Yes," Wen Youning said while holding the red panda on the sofa. Tuan brought the red panda over the wall, and they were blocked by the dogs at the wall. The cry of the red panda just now translates to help, which seems more appropriate. Wen Youning turned the red panda around, its round, fluffy belly facing out, soft and squishy like a casually squished and rolled plush toy. She waved the red panda's paw and said, "The caretaker went to manage the other red pandas. Let this one stay and work for me. Come and say hello to the viewers in the live stream." The red panda's eyes were bright. It recognized this as something Wen Youning often held in her hand, happily waving its paw along with Wen Youning's motion. "Ah. Hello. Baby, you are a soft and fluffy strawberry cream puff. How can it be this cute? The little black paw looks very pettable." Wen Youning held the little paw, tapping on it with her fingertips, and added her own voice. Beep, 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 beep. After dialing, she placed the little paw to her ear. "Hello, is this the Panda Planet?" "Woo," the little panda leaned in, its fluffy head rubbing against her cheek continuously. "It's Tuan." "Okay, Tuan." Wen Youning kissed the little panda, patted it herself, and didn't forget to share her feelings with the live streaming audience. Looking at the little panda is soft, but its fur feels a bit hard when you touch it, yet its belly is really soft. If you poke it, it will bounce back. The red panda rubbed its belly with its paws out. "Woo, I want to bury my face in the red panda's belly. I've had enough. I can't stay in this world without plushiness for another day." Wen Youning rubbed the red panda's cheeks. Tuan's good temper is no joke, as it squinted its eyes comfortably from being rubbed like this. It's actually like getting a massage while sitting. Outside the house, the meat in the feeder hasn't been finished yet, and the red kestrel is flying by one after another in front of the window. They should have eaten enough before going to carry out their tasks. Generally speaking, the kestrel can go anywhere in the country. Apart from the area near the airport, all birds are not allowed to approach, and there are not many other obstacles. Small sparrows and pigeons might still be intercepted, but for the kestrel, if they dare to intercept a protected animal and it's captured on surveillance, then it becomes complicated. A very powerful non-electronic information network. Wen Youning was holding a panda. "Come on, let's connect. Tap here." The panda licked its nose and quickly pressed Wen Youning's finger on the ID named Sweet Tea with its paw. The connection was established, and the boy on the other side revealed a pair of eyes while grinning. "The panda is so cute. Is it me you connected with?" Enchanted by the panda, he was smiling foolishly halfway before realizing that he had applied to connect in line. Tian Cha cleared his throat in a rush, casually grabbing a handful of hair to salvage his image. Sitting up straight and adopting a serious attitude, he said, "Teacher Wen, what should I do if my son isn't eating? The cat food in the bowl hasn't decreased. I saw it several times and thought the automatic feeder was broken. After checking the surveillance, I found out that it hasn't even turned its head near the automatic feeder these past few days. The cat food is a brand it has eaten since it was young. I even asked the customer service if the formula had changed, and they said it hadn't. I suspect it might be sick, either that or the cat food customer service is lying to me, and they've skimped on ingredients. Moreover, it's not eating anything and isn't drinking water, but its belly is quite large. A male cat can't get pregnant. Could it be a tumor? Tian Cha sighed and said, "Over here, getting a registration at the pet hospital requires a struggle. I've been trying for several days, and I'm thinking if I can't get an appointment soon, I might just take it to another province for treatment." Taking a cat out of the province is very troublesome, not merely because of medical insurance costs, but purely because his cat has an introverted personality. It doesn't usually leave the house, and even if he personally carries it there, it might panic. The stress relief medications available on the market have all been tried and found ineffective. Sweet Tea is also very worried. Teacher Wen, can connecting online confirm if it's a tumor? If you have suspicions in this area, can you fly over here to perform the surgery? My cat can't handle long-distance travel. Neither air transport nor road transport is feasible. Driving out myself would be too stressful for her. He picked up a black mass from the bedside, shaking it, and unfolded the sleeping cat pancake. An adult black Maine Coon appeared on the screen. It's clear that it trusts its owner very much. Being shaken like that, its eyes didn't even blink, its body stretched out like a cat, still able to sleep soundly. It seems that this young master hasn't eaten for almost 10 minutes, right? That makes sense, but what about the cat? Why is there a truck here? It's blocking the view a bit. Ha ha ha, is it polite to call a little cat a truck? It's just fluffy and a bit chubby. You haven't spared it either. Wen Youning looked at the Maine Coon's clearly recently fed belly that hadn't digested yet and said, "It should have just eaten something else." Impossible. Tian Cha was very certain. Our snack cabinet is locked. Since it stopped eating kibble, I haven't given it any snacks. If you feed them too many snacks, the cat will be full and naturally won't eat the kibble. But the result is obviously, it didn't help at all. They should not eat it anyway. Meow. The Maine Coon stared at the leg, opening its eyes from a dream. Snacks. Cut, who eats that messed up concoction? Even cats eat fresh fish. Wen Youning. Huh. For a moment, Wen Youning thought she had heard it wrong. Is the Maine Coon's voice really that arrogant? Wen Youning said, "It says it doesn't like snacks, it prefers fresh fish." Sweet Tea didn't understand and guessed, fresh fish. Is it a fresh meat wrap made of fish? The Maine Coon, who was licking its paws, paused and became cautious about licking its fur, thinking, how does this human know that I like to eat fresh fish? The Maine Coon pawed at its face. She seems to be able to hear what I'm thinking. She won't expose that I catch fish to eat, will she? Do you catch fish to eat? Wen Youning nodded. No wonder she didn't eat cat food. Maine Coon meow. She can hear the meows in our voices. No way, my home isn't by the sea and there's no river. It's hard for it to go out and catch fish. In comparison, Sweet Tea tends to be a tumor. Meow. Exactly, humans are talking nonsense. Humans definitely don't know that I'm going next door to catch fish, hum hum. Wen Youning rested her chin on the little panda's head, catching fish next door. Did your cat catch the neighbor's fish? Meow. Shut up, cat. You evil human. Get lost. If you keep listening to cat thoughts, you'll fall when you go out. Yo ho. Wen Youning twirled a panda's whiskers with her fingertips. Go take a look. Neighbor, neighbor, huh? Tasty Tea gasped. The fish being eaten can't be my dad's prized koi, right? Ava. My home is on the first floor of the community, with two opposite doors in the resettlement housing. The middle door has always been locked. How did the cat get over? Wen Youning said it caught fish, and Sweet Tea thought about the Maine Coon going out to catch fish, but didn't even dare to think about the neighbor's side. There are several doors in between. How did the cat get over? No way, my door is locked. Sweet Tea mumbled, trying to comfort herself, picked up the keys and rushed out. Meow, the Maine Coon followed, trying to stop its owner. The cat raised its tail, flattering, and rubbed against the sweet tea, its calls becoming increasingly coy. Meow. That human is talking nonsense. It's just deceiving you, owner. How could a cat eat fish? It's only natural for a cat to eat fish, so what if it did? Why check on it, you fool? Wen Youning unhesitatingly retorted, it's said that cats eating fish is only natural, and that you're a fool for checking it. Meow, the Maine Coon glared at her and continued to cuddle up to the sweet tea. The cat won't open the door. Don't let the bad humans provoke you. Humans are really brainless, just scratch the window and it opens, yet they insist on using the door. Wen Youning, it should have scratched open your screen window. The Maine Coon came in through the window. Ha! The Maine Coon got angry and huffed at the phone. Go away, I hate it, I hate bad humans. Ha, the Maine Coon is cracking up. All your psychological activities have been exposed. You're quite the little kitty, really good at pretending. I only knew that huskies destroy homes, but I didn't expect Maine Coons to destroy windows too. While speaking, Sweet Tea's paw rushed towards the corner of the window, where a part of the window had popped up. Maine Coons are very smart. After going in, they will close the damaged area. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone so long without noticing. Because the next door is also our home, having a security window on one side and a sealed window looks bad, so we directly connected the security window and sealed it from the inside, sealing it together with the next door. Good news, there are sealed windows so the cats can't get out. Bad news, the cat can go next door and eats well every day. Sweet Tea took a deep breath. Now it's not a question of whether the cat will eat cat food. He held his breath, gripped the doorknob, and strode quickly to the fish tank, only to find the originally big tank with various koi completely empty. The automatic feeder hanging in the fish tank is still feeding on schedule. Not a single fish scale is left on the ground. The crime scene was cleaned up thoroughly. Not a single bit is wasted. It's over, it's over, it's over. Sweet Tea kept repeating it's over and hurriedly called his dad, who was working at the construction site. Dad, are you busy? The sweet dad lightly said, let's talk. Sweet Tea cleared his throat. The koi in our house looks better and better to me. How about we set up a tank at my place? Where did you get those? I'll go get a bunch. The sweet dad's tone remained the same. How many have died? Then, the silence of Tian Cha made Tian Ba notice something unusual. He tried to change his approach and asked, how many are left? Tian Cha hee. Dad went out and suddenly felt a chill on his back. Oh no, my koi. It's over. No wonder the Maine Coon doesn't drink water. It's going upstairs every day to drink fish soup. Maine Coon meow, fresh and delicious. Damn it. Dad, Sweet Tea called out in a flurry, trying to wake up his fatherly love. Senwu seems to be about to give birth. Let's take it to the hospital to get registered first. After saying that, he hastily hung up the phone. Sweet Dad's performance, the disappearing goby. Maine Coon Senwu anged me. You really made your dad dead with filial piety. There's no time to say more, Teacher Wen. Sweet Tea picked up the Maine Coon that was still drinking fish soup. I'll take my son to escape first. Sorry, Teacher Wen, for the trouble of connecting online to help. Fortunately, it was discovered in advance. The Maine Coon's mouth is quite serious. With so many koi, it must have taken a dazzling number of days to finish them off, with not a hint of hesitation. Whenever he waits for his dad to come back from the construction site, if he sees an empty tank of fish, he will be the one to invite fortune in. Woo, the little panda licks its nose. Eat fish. Do you want to eat fish too? Wen Youning touched the little panda's chin and said, how about dried fish? We don't have fresh fish at home, or you can go home to eat. Small fish are the main food for little pandas, and the panda park must always have fresh fish on hand. Awu, the little panda, eager to find fish, sat back down, its fur shaking along with it. I don't want to go back. There are quite a few dried fish at home, and Wen Youning opened a new pack for it. Then you can eat this, it should taste pretty good. The little tabby cat likes it a lot. The red panda sat quietly, looking up expectantly at the dried fish. In the kitchen, the little tabby cat heard the sound of the snack bag, grabbed the half-eaten dried fish and ran out, meow, meow, meow. Stopped when seeing the little panda in Wen Youning's arms. Meow. You're hugging a new cat while the cat is busy eating a fish strip. Is the red panda also a cat? Reasonable. Tuan from the neighboring park came to play with me, backslash. Wen Youning freed one hand to catch the jumping little tabby cat, backslash. Why do you still have so many fish strips, backslash? Meow. The cat is eating slowly. The little tabby cat put down the dried fish and sniffed at the little panda. The little panda was holding the dried fish in its arms. When an unfamiliar animal approached, it immediately raised its paw. Just as it moved, the uneaten dried fish fell down. It flurriedly brought the dried fish back to its mouth and said, "Woo." The little tabby cat has the scent of warm citrus on it. This feels very familiar to the little panda. Even when the little tabby cat gets close, it isn't scared and hasn't puffed up. The little tabby cat tilted its head and raised its paw to touch the little panda's head. Meow. You are the fourth. Sister has another little brother. Meow is the boss, the smelly bird is the second, the big black dog is the third. The little tabby cat's paw pads are scratchy, just like this meow. You need to create a gang at home. Wen Youning placed the little tabby cat on the sofa behind her. Have you recruited a few little brothers yet? Meow. Super many. So many that even a cat can't count them all. Chirp, the red falcon glanced at the little tabby cat, the naive silly cat. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. The phone inexplicably started vibrating. The golden dragon effect swirling on the screen has significantly increased the brightness of the display. Thanks to the boss for sending the golden dragon for the new year 1020. Wen Youning picked up her phone. The premium account has special gifts, and each golden dragon causes a vibration. She turned off the phone settings and the effects on the screen kept replaying. Counting to the back, the gift system no longer shows how many golden dragon New Year's gifts were sent, because the number at the back is X99. Perhaps it is the upper limit of statistical data. The golden dragon gift is different from ordinary gifts on the website, and it is also more expensive, with banner promotion across the entire site. Sent golden dragon in at Animal Doctor Wen Youning's live broadcast room. Every golden dragon gift will be promoted once. Many people can't help but be curious and click in after seeing this. The popularity of Wen Youning's live broadcast room directly breaks 1 million. No way, how much is a golden dragon for the new year? Countless siblings and parents. Isn't this buying a house directly? Damn, half of it gets deducted by the website. How much do you need to put in? Do rich people have to press buttons to send gifts like this? I wouldn't dare use instant payment even if I just gave a penny gift. I checked the account after clicking in. It shows an internal personnel account. If it's not a test, then it's either a shareholder or the platform belongs to them, taking half the gift money and switching it from left hand to right hand. Thank you. Did Boss Juhao accidentally press the wrong button? Wen Youning originally wanted to wait for the effects to disappear before checking the account, but the effects remained, and even logging out and back in couldn't get rid of them. She couldn't even see the bullet comments. All blocked by the gift effects. Sending so many at once feels much like putting your phone in your pocket while you are busy with other things, accidentally tapping on the golden dragon for the new year, and then pressing directly to send. Ordinary bullet comments are not visible, while messages from advanced accounts float directly at the top. No mistake at all. The surgery and meal costs for the rock wolf. The gift platform takes no commission. For any expenses in your live stream, the platform does not take a single cent. Previous deductions will be refunded to your account. You can check it when you have time. Rock Wolf. Wen Youning was taken aback and turned to look at the big dog on the sofa with its eyes closed. Wasn't the owner of the rock wolf Lin Baiyu? Didn't the news online say that Lin Baiyu died in a plane crash? Wen Youning bit her lip, thinking about Lin Yuhai, who had no news and could not be found even by the flocks of birds. She thought, the noble circle is indeed very chaotic. If Lin Baiyu is still alive, then the fate of Lin Yuhai, who intends to take over the company, can be easily imagined. Anyone who harms dogs deserves their fate. Wen Youning feels no sympathy for them. She reached out to pet the Caucasian dog that had opened its eyes and said, "No need to be like that. The rock wolf is one I rescued, and I don't charge for my help." She wanted to go back, but there was no button in the live stream back in to refuse gifts. It seemed she could only apply for a minor refund through the payment account. A little token of appreciation. Please do not decline. I have been searching for its whereabouts, and I am very grateful for your care of the rock wolf. Lin Baiyu was able to find the live stream room so quickly, so he must have been keeping an eye on the news about the rock wolf. I am currently in City A. If it's convenient, can I go take a look at it? Of course, Wen Youning sent him the address of the zoo. Thank you very much. Your dad is here to see you. Wen Youning placed the little panda on the table, turned around and hugged the rock wolf. Are you happy? The rock wolf silently licked her cheek. Wen Youning saw that the rock wolf had no reaction. Was he unhappy or not calling him dad? She leaned closer to the Caucasian's ear and whispered in a voice that could not be heard in the live broadcast, "It's Lin Baiyu." Just say the name. Such a clever Caucasian will definitely know it is its owner. As Wen Yuling's voice fell, the Caucasian's ears twitched, but he still didn't have much of a reaction. He just slightly closed his mouth, which had been slightly open, with the corners turned down, revealing a hint of disdain in his eyes. Disdain. Wen Youning is sure she didn't see it wrong. A flash of disdain crossed the Caucasian's eyes, which then returned to a nonchalant demeanor, indifferent to everything around. Wen Youning also didn't hear the rock wolf's voice, guessing that she might be seeing things. She rubbed the Caucasian's head, gently stroked the tail that was lightly tapping against the sofa, tilted her head resting on the Caucasian's belly and looked up at it. Actually, even if you don't say it, I can see the owner. You're definitely happy in your heart, right? The Caucasian sighed. Whoa. Hi, am I on Teacher Wen? Can you see me? Oh my, the special effects are making my phone smoke one after another. There are so many rich people. Why can't there be one more like me? I was right, those who raise Caucasians do have some background. Can the Caucasian dad do a live stream to receive the dog? I want to watch. Wen Youning shook her head. No, you have to respect the other party's wishes. I have no objections. Whatever is convenient for you is fine. Lin Baiyu had not left the live stream room yet. Since both parties have agreed, it seems that the matter of being openly alive should have no impact on him. Wen Youning said, "Let's talk once he arrives." Before the words fell, the Caucasian suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed outside the house without blinking. Wen Youning lay on the Caucasian's body. She could sense any movement of his immediately. What's wrong? Teacher Wen, Kyan Nuo's lively voice came in as she hugged the puppy. I ran into a man in a wheelchair when I came over. He said he was looking for you. He's right at the door. Her account could be said to be live 24 hours a day. When Wen Youning starts her broadcast, she is definitely in the live room. Naturally, one can guess who the person outside is. When Youning got up, I'll go take a look. The Caucasian also stood up as she moved, jumping down from the makeshift box stairs piled at the edge of the sofa. Are you going to pick him up? When Youning stopped in her tracks. The Caucasian remained silent, just walking towards the outside of the courtyard. The dog in the yard was sleeping sprawled out, possibly thinking it was someone brought by Kyan Nuo, so it did not bare its teeth. In the open courtyard, Lin Beiyu sat in a wheelchair, his complexion showing a somewhat abnormal pallor, and he smiled faintly at Wen Youning. He wanted to say something, but before he could speak, the Caucasian dog came running towards him. One of its hind legs was in a cast, and running with only 3 legs, the Caucasian was not very fast, even approaching in a bit of a stumble. Seeing this, Wen Youning leaned against the door and did not disturb him. "Ah, when I see you I must run towards you. I feel a bit touched, my eyes are getting warm. Even if I have difficulty moving, I will jump into your embrace at the first opportunity. I will always be moved by sincere emotion." Wen Youning felt a softness in her heart until the Caucasian approached Lin Beiyu, placing its front paw on the armrest of Lin Beiyu's wheelchair, pushing him out the door, right in the middle of it. Wen Youning, who was waiting to see the tear-jerking scene of reunion. Bullet screen. This isn't right. After pushing the person out, the Caucasian decisively turned around and made sure to close the door of the small courtyard upon returning. With a click, the claws scraped at the latch, completely blocked Lin Beiyu outside the door. The assistant beside Lin Beiyu struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth, becoming an N. The result assistant turned around and met Lin Beiyu's gaze, immediately clenching his jaw. "Can't laugh, think about the year-end bonus." "Shut up, hold it in." Lin Beiyu sneered, "What kind of skill is it to push me out if you're a capable kill me?" Click. The rock wolf pushed open the courtyard gate. Ha rock wolf, I've never heard of such a request before. Did you see that? The rock wolf was ready to rush back and pounce on Teacher Wen, but after hearing this, he turned around without hesitation. Ha. Rock wolf, if you're going to say that, then I won't hold back. Youth has no price, today I'll have a taste of my dad. Wait until I recover before you fight. Lin Beiyu couldn't stand up, he could only push his wheelchair forward. Winning like this is also not honorable. Roar, the rock wolf, limping on one leg, pursued relentlessly from behind Wen Youning, who walked to the door. That's what I'm saying. Since you both are like this, just stop the chase, okay? Haha, there's a kind of bittersweet inspiration. Please don't hit me anymore, I'm about to laugh myself to death. Is the person in the black suit standing next to us an assistant? Why aren't they helping to push? Oh no, the assistant is so scared that his whole body is trembling. Is he scared? He's probably holding back laughter, his face is all red. Wen Youning shouted, "Rock wolf, come back. You can't run too fast, be careful not to bump into the plaster. It's not a big deal if the fixed plaster gets damaged, but I'm worried it might affect the recovery of the hind leg." The rock wolf's paw had already landed on Lin Beiyu's wheelchair, but with the hind leg injured, it could only support itself on one leg, making it look somewhat difficult to run alongside the wheelchair with just that one hind leg. Hearing Wen Youning's words, the rock wolf gave up biting Lin Beiyu, and its front paws fell to the ground, shifting forward a few steps to stabilize its body. Wen Youning ran over and reached out her hand to the rock wolf. "Come here, I'll carry you back." Originally thinking that the rock wolf would be close to its owner when it first came out, Wen Youning thought it was inappropriate for her to interfere in such a scene, so she let the rock wolf run out by itself. Once it got out of hand, it was too late to call the rock wolf back. The rock wolf lay on Wen Youning's shoulder, getting familiar on the second try, and she could already find the best angle to lift the Caucasian shepherd at the fastest speed. The Caucasian is panting with its tongue out after a tough run. Wen Youning patted its back to soothe it, looking at Lin Beiyu, who pushed the wheelchair without looking back and shouted, "Mr. Lin, you should come in as well." Cough, all right. Lin Beiyu gave up manual control and activated the wheelchair's auto-drive mode. Fortunately, it is an electric wheelchair, and the hand-assisted speed is faster. If relying solely on pushing with hands, my hands would be smoking. The assistant standing under the blazing sun feels as if they are at the northernmost part of the world, shivering from the cold. He was holding back laughter so hard that it was painful. When he saw Lin Beiyu coming back by himself, he quickly ran over to help from behind. The dogs in the yard heard the Caucasians roar, and if it weren't for Wen Youning stopping them, they would have jumped out to help. Wen Youning hugged the Caucasian back to the sofa and checked the plaster. Not bad. There were no signs of friction at the bottom of the plaster, and the Caucasian behaved well, not letting that leg touch the ground while chasing. All right, have some water and take a break. Wen Youning brought a bowl of water to the Caucasian's mouth. While the Caucasian was drinking water, the assistant pushed Lin Beiyu in. It lifted its eyelids slightly, and its licking motion slowed down as it kept a watchful eye on him. Wen Youning patted his head and handed over 2 bottles of mineral water. Sit. Lin Beiyu shook his head. I still have things to do. I'll come by when I have time. I'm about to leave. The Caucasian dog shook its fur impatiently when it saw someone come in, snorted, leave quickly. The voice of the heart is succinct, too lazy to engage and expresses clearly. Just being alive is enough. Get out of here and just live. Lin Beiyu had long been used to being disliked by the rock wolf. I came here with good intentions to see you. The Caucasian turned around, woof. No fighting, no fighting. Let's wait until the injury heals before we fight. Lin Beiyu did not respond to the challenge. You too. Wen Youning rubbed the Caucasian's ears, removed the water basin, temporarily turned off the live broadcast audio, smoothed the fur of the Caucasian, and pondered their relationship dynamics with some hesitation. It's something I developed from a young age, Lin Beiyu said with a smile. Rock wolves are vengeful and hold grudges. When I sneaked into the wine cellar as a child, by the time I was discovered, I was so drunk that I was disoriented and walked straight without bending. The Caucasian was also fluffy and round as a child, wobbling and bumping against the wall. Lin Beiyu said. I just laughed. Woo, the Caucasian growled. 2 sounds. Puh, Wen Youning didn't expect the Caucasian's attention to be on this. Lin Beiyu recalled the situation at the time with a smile. It wanted to bite me as soon as it heard me laugh. By the end of the story, he laughed out loud. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow and then it just walked straight into the wall until it bumped itself unconscious without being able to turn around. Haha. Woof woof, the Caucasian shepherd turned around. Lin Beiyu helplessly said, after waking up from this drink, it will come chasing and biting me. Haha. Wen Youning recalled the Caucasian puppy from her childhood, all small and fierce, chasing people and biting. Just thinking about the round little gas cylinder is very cute. The Caucasian, baring its teeth at Lin Beiyu, paused for a moment. Hearing the laughter, it looked up and gently kissed Lin Beiyu on the forehead. The Caucasian blinked slowly, and Wen Youning smiled and rubbed against it, saying, how can you be so cute? The rock wolf paused for a moment, resting its chin on Wen Youning's leg with no reaction, while its tail behind it thumped against the sofa, the cotton sofa cushion making a dull thud sound. Lin Beiyu saw Wen Youning easily suppressing the imminent explosive emotions of the Caucasian, slowly raising one eyebrow. Rock wolf. Woo. Rolled away. I don't understand, but the impatience in the low growl is very clear. Lin Beiyu. Okay, I'll shut up. Why is there no sound? Still facing away. I can't even read your lips. How annoying. By the way, why is no one discussing Lin Beiyu? He came back to life. Are you here this time to take the rock wolf back? Wen Youning hesitated before speaking. I don't recommend you take it away right now. The surgery for the rock wolf was performed solely by her. She understood the specific situation and also knew how to provide better care. Even if the next person is also a professional veterinarian, there still needs to be a process of understanding, which is quite troublesome. I will follow your arrangements. Lin Beiyu adhered to the medical advice, Knowing that the rock wolf is in good condition makes me feel at ease. Please take care of the rock wolf. If you need help with finances or manpower, don't hesitate to let me know. He happened to be in City A and came to check on the rock wolf after hearing the news. He still had other matters to attend to. Lin Beiyu nodded slightly. I'm leaving first. No. The Caucasian did not raise its head when it heard someone was leaving, its tail wagging even faster. Hurry up and go. Cayenne Yu silently sat beside, watching the fierce look of the Caucasian pursuer, and only felt able to release the tense breath she had been holding after Lin Beiyu left. Teacher Wen, that person just now seemed to be Lin Beiyu. He's not dead. At first she didn't recognize him. She just thought he looked somewhat familiar, so she came to find Wen Youning. The more she thought about it, the more familiar he appeared. After searching online, she discovered that he was actually Lin Beiyu from the plane crash news. Cayenne Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, he's alive, and there's not a single piece of news about him online." She shook her head. The world of the wealthy is truly complicated. Holding a little puppy in her hands and humming to herself, she nestled back into the sofa. Wen Youning asked her, "Did you come over just to see Lin Beiyu?" "How could that be? I didn't even know that the owner of the rock wolf was him." Cayenne Yu sat up, playing with the puppy. "I came for Arno. By the way, Teacher Wen, when will the glasses you ordered for Arno arrive? He's been making a fuss." "Glasses? Probably tomorrow." When Youning opened the delivery information, it was quick to make a custom mold and process, but the time for the one sent back for repairs needs to account for the delivery time back. Du Kunlin is in trouble. Cayenne Yu had a gossiping look. Zhizhe posted the video of the red panda escaping in the work group, and Du Kunlin was looking for books for Arno at that time. Arno saw the video, and it kept trying to bite the door and break through the wall to get out. It also said that gifts could calm the tiger down. This is it. Cayenne Yu opened the work group. This is where the park keepers report their work. Since she started managing the official zoo account, they would edit and post interesting clips from surveillance videos of their daily interactions with the animals. If the red panda can go, then the tiger can go too. Unfortunately, there is only one tiger in the entire tiger enclosure, while there are dozens of red pandas in the red panda enclosure. The red pandas have companions to provide cover. Wen Youning watched the video of the tiger biting the door, making a loud clattering sound, with wood chips flying inside. Speaking of the work group, Cayenne Yu suddenly thought, "Teacher Wen, have you joined our zoo doctor's work group?" "Not yet." Cayenne Yu said, "Then I will share it with you. Usually, any news will be posted in the group." Okay. Wen Youning joined the doctor group and casually adjusted the live broadcast volume. The group has all members muted, probably to prevent discussions from pushing important messages up, so it's very quiet in the group. The phone popped up a delivery receipt notification and Wen Youning shouted, "Dried fish, help me get the package." Meow, the little tabby cat bit into the crispy dried fish and ran out in response. The red panda looked left and right, picked up the dried fish crumbs that had fallen onto its belly, turned around and climbed back into Wen Youning's arms, found a spot to sit comfortably, and continued to chew on the leftover dried fish. With the bite force of the red panda, this slightly larger dried fish is enough for it to eat for a day. The uniqueness of the zoo is that whatever the staff buys is automatically delivered to the dormitory door. The little tabby quickly dragged in a delivery box that was bigger than it. Meow. "Here you go, Meow. It's so heavy, so heavy." "Thank you for the fish snack." When Youning scratched the little tabby cat's chin, opened the package, and found a round ball trapped in the foam padding. Cayenne Yu looked puzzled and wondered, "What is this?" "It's a live streaming kit." When Youning opened the manual and followed the steps given, it's promoted by the platform, claiming that it frees your hands so you don't have to keep holding up the selfie stick. It can float and follow you like a drone. So advanced, Kyan Yu helped to carry a box and took down those foam boards. Great, with the new equipment, I suggest increasing the live stream duration. Wen Youning connected the equipment and asked, will the angle look strange like this? No way, super beautiful. As expected, it's professional equipment. It looks much clearer than a phone. Okay, then let's live stream like this from now on. Wen Youning accepted the call request from the ID Camellia and tested the effect of the new equipment. There's no need to wear headphones inside the house. Good morning, Teacher Wen. Ming Shancha greeted with a smile from the other side of the camera. I would like to ask, if a groundhog has lovesickness, what can be done to treat it? Or is there a way to alleviate it? Is this still Chinese, little sister? Who is the pet groundhog in love with? As the scene shifts on the famous mountain T, the brownish groundhog silhouette comes into view. It stands in front of the glass window, half looking up, completely still. The groundhog, also known as the marmot, belongs to a genus within the squirrel family and is a large rodent. With a rounded head, small ears, and long, dense fur, it looks like a cute little round bucket, making many people keep groundhogs as pets. The groundhog in front of the glass window looks inexplicably melancholic in the wind. Not here yet. What about the bird? Where did it run off to? The voice sounds like it's waiting for a bird. Wen Youning asked, how long has it been like this? It's been almost half a month. Isn't it said that the groundhog's breeding season begins about 10 days after it comes out of hibernation in the spring? It's already been so long. Isn't its love coming a bit late? Moreover, there's a high probability that the one it has set its eyes on isn't even a groundhog. Ming Shancha sat by the window and the camera swept downwards, unable to see the greenery of the community below, giving a somewhat bottomless feeling. Living in a high-rise, what kind of magical groundhog could run all the way up here to date? Wen Youning took a sip of water and said, it's still thinking about the bird. Huh, it really is a bird. I guessed it might have set its sights on a bird before, but you're done for QQ. You and the birds are reproductively isolated. You can't be together. Before love even started, Ming Shancha started to meddle in the groundhog's affairs by beating the pair of lovebirds. The groundhog glanced at her, clawing to free its ears. Look at that fart. The rat wants to bite it to death. Teacher Wen, how should we treat this situation? Should we take Western medicine to suppress it or drink traditional Chinese medicine combined with acupuncture for conditioning? Ming Shancha joined the call just to find out that Wen Youning would do acupuncture. Chirp, the groundhog is unhappy. You only know how to eat. Go out and do it. The groundhog hammered its paws against the glass, making a thud-thud sound, eager to break the window and escape. Oh, Kyukyu, calm down. Your love didn't come again today, but even if it did come to find you, I still wouldn't open the window. Ming Mountain Tea didn't want to see her groundhog chasing a bird out. With such a high floor, the groundhog would have to scream until its throat was hoarse before hitting the ground. The groundhog raised its paw. What are you staring at? Hurry up. No way. The groundhog's claws scratch on the glass. Hurry up and get rid of it. Find it, hit it. Ming Shancha firmly said, don't open the window. If I say no, then no. Don't think about jumping out to seek death. Groundhog, useless. The conversation was disjointed. Ming Shanchai had a response for every sentence, but none had any substance. Wen Youning chuckled softly and said, the groundhog isn't in love. It probably has a grudge against the birds outside and just wants to rush out and fight. Ming Shanchai's fingers holding the groundhog stiffened. That can't be. It wasn't just staring. It kept pushing at the window and constantly gestured for me to open it. It's not about you opening the window, it's about you going out to fight the birds. Looking at the confused expression of Ming Shan Ti, Wen Youning shrugged. It thinks it can't win, so it's letting you take action. Li? No, this is the 25th floor. You're really my biological son. asking me to jump from the 25th floor to fight with the birds. Even if I jump out, I might not be able to press down that bird and die together. I would still get into a fight. Ha ha ha, love sickness, what were you thinking? Groundhog, I will find someone to kill you. Famous Mountain Tea. Once I set my sights on you, I can't help but have a strong desire during mating season, longing to have cubs. Idle drama completely transformed into a mystery. Still prefer the hired murder version. No, so it's agitated because it keeps urging me to jump out the window and I'm not jumping. It's anxious, right? Ming Shan Cha slapped the glass window. Is this reasonable? Wen Youning nodded, but the groundhog's cry followed closely. Nonsense, I wasn't anxious at all. The mouse just wants to kill the bird, what's the rush? Pretending not to care on the surface, the heart screams. I'm anxious, I'm anxious. If you dare to scold the mouse, you should pay the price. If I can't outshout you, can I not fight you? It hasn't managed to win an argument and got scolded by the bird. Wen Youning couldn't help but smile as she saw the groundhog puffing up angrily. What are you saying? What are you talking about? The groundhog hears a sound but can't figure out where it came from, furiously banging against the glass window. The mouse doesn't want to stoop to the level of a stinky bird. How could it lose to them in a fight? One mouse scolds 10. Wen Youning looked at the angry back of the groundhog and asked, "Did you win the argument?" Then, bringing up something that shouldn't be mentioned. Woo! Don't worry about that. Don't ask about things that shouldn't concern you. Ming Mountain Tea, it seems I lost very badly. The groundhog turned around and glared angrily. Don't meddle so much. The groundhog's defenses are down. These two are talking about this topic without being discreet for the parties involved. Too much. They can't yell louder or hit harder, and their owner thinks they are lovesick. How tragic. Fortunately, Ming Shan Ti disagreed. If they had agreed and let the bird in, these two would have fought to the death. Ming Shan Ti would have had to shoot a video. This is love. During the live broadcast outside the glass window, a magpie gracefully landed on the windowsill, and with a layer of transparent glass in between, tilted its head and taunted. Coo! That ugly thing looks bad again today. The groundhog pointed at the bird outside, while patting the clothes of Ming Shan Cha. Hurry up, quick, it will run away soon. The groundhog had a determined look. Woo! I believe in you. It says it believes in you. I don't believe in myself. The magpie examined Ming Shan Cha, Coo, without the slightest bit of panic. This little gaze, 3 parts scrutiny, 7 parts disdain, and 90 parts contempt. After the magpie saw the groundhog's backer, it thought it could take on 2 at once. Letting the groundhog go and having the magpie peck at it might just turn hostility into harmony. Damn, don't add to the chaos again. Swish. Ming Shan Ti pulled the curtains up with one hand. Okay, crisis averted. Luckily, the one I was arguing with was just a magpie. If it were another vengeful bird, wouldn't they have come in a flock to crap on her window? I don't have lovesickness. I misunderstood. Ming Shan Ti took the groundhog that was grabbing the curtain and mumbled, I was wondering why I asked so many veterinarians and looked up so much information, yet there was no reliable information at all. The groundhog is still very angry, the groundhog's call is so funny, Kyan Yu joked. It's a big potato that makes sounds. The groundhog finally found where the sound was coming from, and with a paw it slapped the phone. The mouse wants to burrow in and beat you up. The groundhog's big face directly blocked the camera. What does this mean again? Ming Shan Cha picked up the groundhog, looking even more confused. Target shift. When Youning patted Kyan Yu's shoulder, it wants to fight with you more than it wants to mess with the magpie right now. Kyan Yu, the little potato is quite arrogant. Who can you even be? Sorry for bothering you, Teacher Wen. Ming Shan Ti could only laugh and cry as he ended the connection. The little tabby cat lay on the Caucasian's body, finishing the last bite of fish jerky it had eaten all morning. It licked its paws and comfortably stretched on the Caucasian's body. The thick and soft fur is more comfortable to lie on than a bed or sofa. The red panda blinked its eyes, withdrew its gaze, and the fish jerky crumbs fell everywhere. It sat up, licked its nose, and held the fish jerky tightly with its two paws. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The dried fish broke into two halves, and the red panda held and pulled apart the last bit of connection, looking at the different sizes of the dried fish in its left and right paws. After comparing, it raised its paw and offered the larger piece to the little tabby. The red panda's eyes curved. "Owl. Here, you can eat." The little tabby narrowed its eyes and bit down on the fish treat that was handed over. This is a tribute from the little brother to the big boss. "Ah, baby, you two are so cute." Still willing to share, what a divine pet. There are so many in the zoo, can I really not secretly take one? Sure, that's quite intense. Hub / Cayenne Yu sitting beside suddenly wailed / the depressed white lion / Wen Youning glanced sideways / what / The park rescued a severely injured white lion that was abandoned by its pride. Cayenne Yu quickly flipped through the information. It just arrived from the reserve, and it's on its way to the park now. Cayenne Yu clicked to see the detailed information and said, "Hiss, the white lion is allergic to anesthesia." Because it was injured and driven away from its pride, the sense of loss has caused the white lion to develop some psychological issues, including self-harm behavior that resists treatment. The eye injury is particularly severe, and there are countless wounds all over its body. As Cayenne Yu read further down the materials, she felt increasingly horrified, especially when seeing the pictures of the bloodied white lion. The pain seemed to extend to her, making it hard to watch. So tragic. Moreover, because it is an adult lion in its prime, it is very difficult for the doctor to help without anesthesia. Cayenne Yu. What should we do? Which veterinarian would dare to perform surgery on an adult lion without anesthesia? 10 people encircle the white lion and can't hold it down for surgery, right? What do they mean by transferring her to their zoo? Is it letting the white lions live and die on their own, or wanting to harm them? The wild animals that are rescued in the zoo cannot be treated and pass away. This news sounds so. Damn! Cayenne Yu suspects that other zoos are afraid to take them in, worried it will backfire on them, passing them down layer by layer, finally sending them over to where she is. Otherwise, how could a rare wild adult white lion from a zoo that hasn't even ranked nationally get here? Wen Youning frowned. Was nothing done during the transportation? Cayenne Yu said, during the first anesthesia, there was some basic hemostasis and bandaging. But later, when they discovered an allergic reaction to the anesthesia and had to resuscitate, the doctors didn't intervene in the treatment anymore. Moreover, the white lion is very aggressive. The bandaged gauze and the Elizabethan collar have been chewed to pieces. The doctors don't dare to approach. In short, the situation is quite bad right now. Wen Youning nodded and said, "I'll go take a look." "Ah, wait, Teacher Wen, don't rush." Wen Youning listened to the messages calmly, but Cayenne Yu was more anxious. He is severely injured and also has an eye injury. In a situation where he can't see anything, the already irritable white lion will only become more hostile towards anything or anyone that approaches him. Let's take a look first. Cayenne Yu was also very worried about the white lion, but she was even more concerned that Wen Youning's rash approach might provoke the white lion. Wen Youning had already opened the white lion's information in the work group. I still need to go see it. The white lion is still on the way. The wounds keep tearing and bleeding, and the white lion is in a very dangerous situation due to excessive blood loss. Wen Youning opened the live photo, zooming in with 2 fingers, and there are several wounds on the white lion with obvious signs of artificial shaving, which should be from the first anesthesia when the dosage was small. They immediately realized something was wrong and rushed to save it, and the wounds were only treated simply. The picture is still a bit blurry. It is enough to see that the situation was urgent at the time. An allergic reaction to anesthesia in a white lion. How do we treat this? Exactly, if it were lion cubs, they could hold on for a bit, and with more people helping, it could be manageable. But with an adult male lion, even with anesthesia, we have to be extremely cautious. A dying lion could suddenly bite you. The danger level is too high. Wen Youning said, "Let's go, we'll wait over there first. We will only know the specific situation when we get there." Really? Qian Newell hesitated, repeatedly checking the messages with her fingertips. Wen Youning was definitely going to go. "Then I will go by myself, just right for you to help take care of them." Hey, Qian Newell hurriedly got up. She hesitated not because she didn't want to go, but because she didn't want Wen Youning to take risks. "Wen teacher, I will go with you." Wen Youning's fingertips caressed the little panda's belly. "I'll take you back on the way." Ow! The little panda's eyes widened, its whole body exuding a reluctance to leave. "I don't want to go." It turned around to grab Wen Youning's clothes. If it caught hold, it wouldn't have to be taken away. "I'm going out, there are all dogs here, aren't you scared? How about I call you to play tomorrow?" Wen Youning held the little panda's paw and walked outside. "After all, it's just next door, we are very close." Owl, Tuan looked conflicted at the big dog, tilting its head in thought. "Sister is not here." Well, the little panda blinked. "All right then." It is the hottest time at noon. Thinking about the white lion, they didn't eat and drove straight to the hospital in the park. Animals brought in for rescue generally do not have a fixed park, unless they are animals like the red panda, which have a dedicated area. Wild red pandas that are rescued will be handed over to the staff here for care, healing, and recovery, and once they are well, they will be helped to reintegrate into the group. The wildlife park where Wen Youning is located originally did not have lions. The white lion can only be temporarily housed in the hospital ward. Walking down the road behind the staff dormitory leads directly to the central hospital. "There are quite a number of employees around here," Wen Youning said, looking out the window at the high-rise dormitories. Speaking of this, Qian Newell proudly said, "Of course, the accommodation benefits are good. Quite a few people specifically apply for jobs in our park just for the staff dormitories. The dormitory staff can apply for a suite, and it's no problem for a family of 3 to move in. The treatment at their zoo can be said to be the best in the city." Woof, 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 woof. Woof. On the roadside, a dog lying in the sun at the door saw a strange car passing by and chased after it, barking loudly. The old man wasn't driving fast, and Wen Youning could see the dog that had chased to the door by turning her head. She then discovered that the automatic follow livestream device was hanging on the clothes rack and said, "Qian Newell, stop for a moment." Qian Newell didn't have time to ask what was going on, and upon hearing this, he reflexively slammed on the brakes. When the car stopped, the dog that had been barking hesitated for a moment, took a few steps forward, and stopped showing its teeth. Wen Youning got out of the car from the other side and said, "I forgot about the live stream." The Pomeranian took a few steps back, its ears drooping and tail wagging, lowering its neck. "Woo. Haha, Pomeranian, stop messing around, I'm just playing." This is just because the owner isn't here. If the owner were here, the Pomeranian might have barked. "LOL, I thought you were tough since you didn't get out of the car, but the car won't move and the noise has stopped." Okay, you've started to put on a show for the doorman, haven't you?" As Wen Youning walked past the Pomeranian, she realized that humans were not coming for her. The Pomeranian, which had almost been lying flat on the ground, suddenly stood up with a woof, 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 woof. Wen Youning turned her head and took a step towards the Pomeranian. "Woof, woof." The Pomeranian's voice dropped a pitch and ran off with a little bounce. "Silly little thing." Wen Youning stopped teasing the Pomeranian and turned to rescue the live streaming equipment, Didn't you say it was artificial intelligence? If this keeps going, it'll be tied into a butterfly knot like laundry. Artificial intelligence times artificial intelligence dumb square root. But I still support using this dumb version. In the panoramic live room, who can refuse it? Wen Youning adjusted the somewhat deformed wings on both sides. The wings are soft, probably considering that they might rub against hard objects. Hard collisions can easily cause damage, but the soft ones can change, which is also easy to adjust. After getting everything ready, Wen Youning did not open it directly. Holding it in her hands while sitting in the car, she said, "I'll end the live broadcast for now, and I'll tell you more about the white lion's specific situation when I have some free time." A hurried goodbye, and the live broadcast room went black. Wen Youning has high privileges in the zoo. In some restricted areas, she can access freely with her work card. The hospital requires quiet. Generally, there are few sick animals, and the animal hospital in the park spends more time doing health checks for the animals. Walking into the hospital, the familiar smell of disinfectant. In the hospital, other than the first and second floors, you have to disinfect before going to any other floor. Coming out of the disinfection room, Wen Youning shook her clothes, patting off the lingering scent, just in time to disperse the smell before the white lion arrived. The animal hospital ward is very spacious. The ward prepared in advance for the white lion has nothing in it except a mat. I'm also afraid that with too many things, the white lion won't be able to see, and if it bumps into something while walking, it will worsen its injuries. The destructive power of the white lion is very strong. In the surveillance video from the vehicle it was transported in, you can see that it almost destroyed everything inside that could be damaged. If it weren't for closing its eyes and unable to see the overhead camera, the camera might not have escaped disaster either. Before being expelled from the Pride, there was a fierce fight. Wen Youning browsed through the entire process of the white lion's discovery and rescue, where it single-handedly held off a coalition of 4 lions. Adult male lions in a fight almost overpower everything. 2 adult male lions fighting against one have a greater chance of winning. If it is an experienced lion, it may manage to escape unscathed when fighting 1, 2, or even 3 opponents, but facing 4 opponents, being able to avoid having its spine directly bitten through would already be considered a victory. The fight was extremely brutal, with numerous bite wounds on the white lion's body, and the image shows that most of it is covered in blood. It is almost impossible to discern what the white lion originally looked like. Apart from the eyes, the most serious injury is the penetrating wound on the hind leg, but fortunately, it did not damage the bone. From the video, it can be seen that the lion is attacking the spine of the white lion, which turns side on to protect its spine. Roar! Get lost! Go away! The sound of the lion's roar traveled far. Even if it was very weak, the roar was still chilling. The sense of oppression from an adult male lion. The cage containing the male lion was taken over by disinfected staff before going up the elevator, using a special elevator. When the eyes cannot see, other senses become more acute. It can feel that it has been moving all along. The low growl is a warning, and in fact, it also reflects its tension regarding everything around it that is unfamiliar and uncertain. Make way, make way. Several staff members are pushing the cage together. The double-layered cage has a white lion trapped inside, and the outer cage is a distance away from the middle metal bars, allowing staff to reach in. Otherwise, a bare single-layer cage would make the staff hesitant to push it. Wen Youning opened his mouth, staring at the blood-soaked white lion, its breathing stalled. The blood soaked into the fur, forming large patches of red, with some wounds even being direct blood holes. Because the white lion kept struggling, the wounds showed no signs of healing. Either they weren't healing at all, or they superficially healed only to quickly break open again. There was blood-soaked gauze in the cage, which must have been bandaged by the doctor before, but the white lion tore it off by itself, and no one went in to retrieve it. Teacher Wen, perhaps we should think this through more carefully. What do you think? Wen Youning swallowed hard, only then realizing that his throat felt a bit tight. Facing the white lion up close, this sense of oppression is difficult to describe. The overwhelming smell of blood even drowned out the smell of disinfectant, adding a frightening touch to the white lion. When it was brought in, it was said that the white lion was severely injured and on the brink of death. Wen Youning felt uncertain. If this is how it was when severely injured and on the brink of death, how terrifying would it be if the white lion was healthy? She has seen many animals, but most of the time they were raised in the park and lacked the fierce edge of wild beasts. Even so, she still didn't dare to get close to them. Now the white lion was pushed in front of her, and Wen Young's heart skipped a beat. She stumbled forward half a step, only to realize that her legs had gone weak. Teacher Wen, you said. Wen Youning turned her head and found that the spot where Wen Youning had been standing was now empty. Where are you, Teacher Wen? Wen Youning quickly spotted Wen Youning, who had entered with the white lion cage. Wen Youning first showed her work ID. Did the doctor come so quickly? The staff was somewhat surprised, but he didn't say much. Their job was simply to push the white lion in, leave it in the ward, and once their work was done, they naturally left. As they were leaving, one person whispered, "Didn't they say that all the doctors in the park are in a meeting, drawing lots to decide who will perform surgery on the white lion? Why did Dr. Wen come directly? Performing surgery on the white lion without anesthesia." Just this sentence alone is enough to scare off a lot of doctors. No one dares to take the case if they want to survive, and even if they do, there's no guarantee they can treat the white lion. There's a 99% chance of being hurt by the lion. The white lion will not stop biting after just one person. It will eliminate all unsafe factors around it until it is exhausted, even if it has to die. They are just veterinarians, not gods. Being bitten doesn't mean it won't hurt or that you won't die. Therefore, no one responded to the news of the rescued white lion. If the decision not to perform surgery on the white lion is made for self-protection, the white lion will eventually die, and as its attending veterinarian, having such a record will essentially end any opportunity to work as a veterinarian in any zoo in the future. It's a deal that's not worth it no matter how you think about it. The doctors have been in meetings and still have no results. Wen Youning, as an external staff member, does not attend the office and has not received any meeting notifications, nor has she paid much attention to these matters. In the ward, the white lion's cage is standing upright in the middle. There are some miscellaneous items under the cage, faintly revealing its original form, which should be a mat, but at this moment it has been torn to shreds, and the hay that was used for bedding has also been pushed away by the white lion, leaving only a few straws. The staff left and the ward instantly fell silent. The white lion remained vigilant, but did not emit the continuous warning growls as it did before. Wen Youning stood not far from the cage and only walked forward after the staff left. As soon as she took a step, the white lion suddenly lifted its head in her direction. Its eyes were smeared with blood, and its face was covered in red, looking disheveled yet exuding a fierce and bloody ferocity. Grr! The white lion let out a low growl from its throat, cautiously testing the person in front of it. Hello, Wen Youning stood in a position that the white lion could accept. Roar! Go away! Don't come over! I'm not coming over. I'm just standing here. I won't move. You don't be afraid. I won't hurt you, Wen Youning gently reassured. All the ferocity is just the white lion protecting itself. The eyes can't see. It is more helpless than anyone. Your wound is bleeding. I can help you bandage it, and your eyes, perhaps they can still be treated. If the eyeball wasn't hurt. Roar! The white lion let out a series of low growls, its claws impatiently scratching. "No need, get out of here, right now." Wen Youning said, "If I leave, your eyes will never have a chance to recover. Don't you want your eyes to recover?" The white lion is in its prime. If it gets treated, it could live another 10 years. If raised in a zoo, it might even live longer. If I can't see anything, how hard will it be to endure the future? You believe me, I won't lie to you. Wen Youning tried to take another step closer to the white lion so it could smell her scent. Then, Wen Youning's heart was beating fast, not out of fear, but simply because she was nervous and worried. The white lion's condition was even worse than she had guessed from the materials. Wen Youning noticed the white lion's trembling nose and softly comforted. After all, things can't get any worse, right? Woo-woo. Can you understand? Yes, I know what you are saying. Wen Youning stepped forward again, almost pressing against the outer railing. You can distrust me, but please let me check you first. At the very least, we can stop the bleeding before we talk. The white lion showed no response. Do not trust humans. Then you cannot treat me as a human. When Youning placed her hand on the cage, it hurts for you too, right? We can use some pain relief medication first. Although it won't cure you, it can at least make you feel less uncomfortable. It will temporarily relieve the pain. There is a medical box in the ward, and there are 2 types of painkillers inside, which Wen Youning is searching through. The white lion sniffed out a scent from Wen Youning that was different from others. This human. Strange. The white lion's nose was constantly twitching, and without being able to see, its sense of smell was the only way for it to understand the human in front of it. During the conversation, the white lion gradually calmed down. Perhaps it was pondering itself. Wen Youning did not disturb it and gave the white lion its own space. Until the white lion followed the scent, its claws involuntarily moved forward. The white lion came back to reality from her thoughts, and only then did she speak. Don't worry, your situation is not that bad yet. Wen Youning opened a box of painkillers and comforted as much as possible. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Whether it's a person or an animal, neither will harm you. She said earnestly, I will protect you. Kyan Yu was outside and her forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Fortunately, Wen Youning stopped in time by the cage. Otherwise, she would have insisted on going in to pull the person out. It seems, looking at it now, it's not actually that far away. Kyan Yu had a new understanding of Wen Youning's bravery. This wasn't just bravery. She was directly facing a wild male lion. This was wild, not the kind raised in a zoo. As she moved, she felt a chill behind her and sweat soaked her shirt. The air conditioning indoors is not hot at all. She is completely sweating cold sweat out of fear. Kyan Yu, what are you doing here? As soon as the elevator opens, the lit-up light gives Kyan Yu a shiver. Inside, a group of animal doctors dressed in white coats streamed out. The meeting didn't yield any conclusions, so we might as well have everyone come on site and see who can handle it. Given the current situation with the white lion, if someone is willing to take it on, the benefits will definitely be considerable, and it's no longer just about the salary. After all, it's a life-and-death job. The man in charge was quite surprised to see Kyan Yu. Are you here to see the white lion too? Can you treat animals? Kyan Yu pointed inside and said, I also treat animals. You really think highly of me. I'm here with Teacher Wen. Hearing her say that, the man finally noticed that there were already people in the ward. Wen Youning has her back turned to the observation glass of the ward. The enraged white male lion is currently lowering its head, continuously growling from its throat, while Wen Youning inside is getting closer and closer despite the lion's warnings. Although there is a cage in between, the dangerously close distance still makes one break out in a cold sweat. The man opened his mouth and the doctor behind him gritted his teeth. What is she doing? Is she looking for death? The blind and severely injured white lion has a full stack of indiscriminate attack buffs, and it's just reaching out to seek death. Watching Wen Youning's hand reach in, the leading man choked in his throat. No, can't make a sound. At this moment, making any noise could provoke the white lion's emotions. Wen Youning's hand moved close to the white lion's mouth, and everyone outside held their breath, with some cowardly ones hiding at the back, closing their eyes and not daring to look. The man standing at the front gritted his teeth, his hands clenched tightly to the point of trembling. Qian Yu was also dumbfounded. How could she just reach out directly? I only looked away for a moment. Under everyone's gaze, Wen Youning's hand brushed against the white lion's nose. The bloody scene of the white lion biting, which I had envisioned, did not occur. After touching its nose, her hand naturally fell down, and she gently stroked the white lion's face, chuckling as she said, "Good boy, if you don't object, then I'll take it as your consent." "Damn, what are you doing?" "Roar!" The white lion seemed to realize at that moment, roaring as it turned its head and bit down on Wen Youning's hand. When Qian Yu gasped, blood rushing to her head, almost choking and unable to breathe. "What is happening? What is happening? Help, 120. The animal doctor outside shouted in shock, while a colleague quickly covered his mouth. The leading man walked into the cubicle, about to open the hospital door, but saw that Wen Youning, whose arm had been bitten, had no reaction. Not to mention fear or shock, there wasn't even a normal response to pain. Clearly, Wen Youning's elbow was down, entirely bitten by the white lion. Tick-tock! Tick-tock! A drop of blood flowed down, soaking through the lion's fur. Wen Youning changed hands to touch the white lion's nose, which was cold and devoid of warmth, and its color appeared an unhealthy light. This is a sign of significant blood loss. The severely injured white lion was again transported along the way after the fight, and it went through an allergic reaction to anesthesia during the rescue. The white lion is far from as fierce and strong as it appears. Wen Youning first allowed the white lion to become familiar with the scent. When it was processing the scent, he tried to touch it. As long as the white lion did not open its mouth immediately, even if it reacted later and wanted to bite, the strength would still be much lighter than a reflexive reaction. Moreover, the white lion appears to be more of a scare tactic due to its inner softness. If it really could bite down on an arm, perhaps it itself never anticipated that. After all, the white lion's eyes were injured and it couldn't see. It was just biting based on instinct. Wen Youning's palm was placed on the white lion's nose. "Look, I told you I have no ill intentions." The white lion spat out Wen Youning's hand, turned its face away, its ears twitching, and lowly growled towards the left door. "Ooh." The heavy rumble echoed throughout the entire ward. The man pushed open the ward door, and as he walked in, his gaze instinctively swept over the bite marks on Wen Youning's arm made by the white lion. She was only wearing a thin short-sleeved shirt, and there was a circle of bite marks on her forearm. It was unclear whether it was blood from the white lion or blood from her own injury. The man asked, "Are you hurt?" Wen Youning shook her head and took a disinfecting tissue to wipe her arm, saying, "It's the blood of the white lion." Just that one bite left some marks. The lion's bite force is still there, and the fact that it didn't directly bite off the forearm already proves that the white lion's temperament has improved. When Qian Yu saw Zhao Zi come in, she followed the team of animal doctors and said, "Teacher Wen, you scared me to death." God knows, when she turned around and didn't find Wen Youning at that moment, it felt like the sky was about to collapse. It was agreed to think it over first, just to take a look. How could they directly run into the ward? Thankfully, her body is healthy and her heart is strong. Otherwise, she would have been scared faint by Wen Youning here. Woo-woo, as more and more people arrived, the chaotic atmosphere made the white lion restless again. The veterinarian stood behind Zhao Zi, exchanging glances, and no one took the next step. Seeing that the white lion, which had been calmed down with much effort, reacted again, Wen Youning said, "You all go outside first. We are here to help." Roar! The white lion pounced towards the source of the sound, crashing directly into the cage with a dull thump, its massive claws striking the cage with a thunderous sound. "Get lost, all of you." Ah, the doctor speaking was so scared that his face turned pale, his lips trembling. Wasn't it already quiet down? Wen Youning said, "No need, just leave this to me. The white lion is very resistant to you staying." She lowered her voice to comfort the white lion. "It's okay. I'm letting them go now. Don't move around. Be careful not to touch the wound." The white lion kept warning, saliva mixed with blood flowing from its mouth, its abdomen rising and falling increasingly violently. Seeing they did not move, Wen Youning frowned and urged, "Go out." Zhao Zi looked at the white lion in this state, and they would only add to the confusion by staying. They couldn't be of any help. "I'll wait outside, just let me know if you need anything." Caiyan Yu also nodded and said to the closest doctor, "Teacher Wen, I'll be waiting outside too." The doctor blocked quite a few people at the door. Before entering, they all came out with the large group. Caiyan Yu glanced at a group of doctors who seemed helpless, then looked at Wen Youning facing the white lion inside. "Hiss. Teacher Wen, it's terrifying." The doctor at the back coughed lightly. "Are we just going to stand here and watch?" Zhao Zi said lightly, "Then go in and help hold down one of the white lion's legs." "Then," Zhao Zi said in a deep voice, "watch carefully and learn more." The hospital room fell silent again. The low roar of the white lion in the iron cage, stained with mottled blood, still continued. "All right, they have all left." Wen Youning tapped the railing with her fingertips and said, "Come here, let me apply some medicine for you, okay? The specific treatment plan has to wait until we can clearly see the condition of the white lion's wound. Anesthesia cannot be used, which greatly limits the medical methods. Pain can make animals emotionally agitated, especially when they are aware and conscious. When they feel pain, their thinking outweighs their reaction, and they may bite first. Even if it's not a bite, the lion's front paw slamming down heavily, breaking a few ribs would still be considered a minor injury. Didn't we just agree? Let me help you with your eyes first." Wen Youning noticed that the white lion had shrunk back into the corner, pressing its back against something, which provided it with a sense of safety. "Aren't you coming?" Wen Youning prepared the medicine and took out the grooming tools. "Okay then." She didn't say anything else and stood up directly. The white lion noticed her movement. Its low growl paused for a moment, and its paws twitched slightly. "It's gone. Humans are leaving." The clear voice of the white lion sounded, stretching out into a strange environment, with no kindred to communicate with, at the mercy of others. After a long period of endless darkness, finally there is a human who can speak to it. The white lion was motionless, like a statue frozen in place. "If you don't come over, then I'll come to you." Wen Youning circled around to the side of the white lion with her tools. "Roar!" Not leaving, just changing places. Wen Youning squatted down and pushed the bowl in, saying, "Keep your voice down, save some energy. You can't drink water after losing too much blood. How about eating something first? The meat and water have just been put out. Even if we need to suture the white lion today, we won't use general anesthesia, and there is no need to fast or withhold water. The white lion can eat any time it wants, provided that the white lion wants to eat. Let me clean the fur on you first." Wen Youning didn't get a response from the white lion and said to herself, "It's this sound, listen to it." She adjusted the clippers to the lowest setting to let the white lion get used to the sound. "It might hurt a little, just bear with it." Wen Youning held the clippers and looked around. The white lion had many wounds that could not be distinguished by whether they were open or not, only categorized as large and small wounds. She could only try to find a spot on the white lion's body farther away from the wounds to shave, and first administer pain relief. The white lion remained unresponsive. At the very least, the low growl had disappeared. Wen Youning used scissors to cut off the tangled long fur and then trimmed it evenly, saying, "It will be a bit cool." She dipped her fingertips in some alcohol and touched it on the white lion's body, letting the white lion know what would happen next before any other sensations arose, which could largely avoid the white lion being startled by those sensations and taking extreme actions. After wiping with ethanol, apply tincture of iodine, and finally wipe off the tincture with a cotton swab dipped in ethanol. Wen Youning held the syringe. "Here we go, don't move, it will be over soon." She pushed the syringe while observing the white lion's reaction. The now quiet white lion looked a bit pitiful, with a tattered appearance and a haggard look. "Great, it's over now." Wen Youning threw the syringe into the medical waste bin. "It won't hurt in a while." The injection of painkillers works faster than taking them orally. Before this, Wen Youning first shaved the white lion. When performing surgery on animals or stitching wounds, for those with very short fur, it can be left unshaved if it does not affect treatment. However, shaving long fur is a necessary procedure. Near the wound, Wen Youning only used scissors and left a bit of edge. Soon, there was a pile of lion fur on the ground. Wen Youning wiped the scissors and cleaned out the fur that was stuck inside, standing at the edge of the cage asking, "Are you tired? Why don't you lie down?" Actually, sitting like this for a long time is quite tiring. "No." Wen Youning, "All right, squatting like this is fine. If the mountain won't save me, then I'll just become the mountain." After cleaning the small wound with saline, sprinkle on some hemostatic medicine. "So hungry." "Then you eat meat. The meat is in the cage and the white lion can smell it." "Woo-woo." "Not eating." "The meat looks quite fresh." "Still not eating." The voice of resistance sounds vivid. Wen Youning chuckled softly, and the white lion turned its face. "Smile." There was no smile. "You heard wrong." Wen Youning removed her gloves, replaced them with a new pair, and lightly touched the area around the wound. "Does it hurt like this?" "No." Wen Youning adjusted her position again and said, "How about this?" Trying again and again, listening to the white lion's response, estimating the medication's effects. The injection dosage is calculated based on the weight of the white lion provided in the data. It is the best veterinary painkiller, and its effects are quite quick. Wen Youning was handling things step by step, and the white lion seemed to have found a new way to communicate with Wen Youning. It could just think about it, without having to laboriously say it out loud, and she would understand. This was a nice discovery for the white lion, which felt tired due to its injuries. "I'm hungry." "Eat meat." "No." Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, seriously suspecting that this big guy was doing it on purpose. When the white lion's voice sounded again, "Hungry." "I'm hungry." Wen Youning changed into a new pair of gloves again. At this moment, the wounds on the white lion's body, aside from those requiring stitching, have already been treated. Many necessary injections were administered on the way to the white lion, but instead of manual injection, a tool was used, which is efficient but can easily stress the white lion. Wen Youning got up and picked up the plate with meat. "Come on, I'll feed you." She stepped on the edge of the cage but spoke to Zhao Zi outside. "Get ready for suturing. Help me get the things I need for the suturing." Zhao Zi was stunned. "Are we starting the suturing directly?" Painkillers can relieve pain, but anesthesia is what can make the white lion feel nothing. Merely relying on painkillers is not enough to prevent the white lion from feeling pain during the suturing. Yes, Wen Youning did not elaborate further, only saying, "as soon as possible." Caiyan Newell urged Zhao Zi, saying, "Hurry, listening to Teacher Wen will definitely be right." Wen Youning rolled up a large piece of fresh meat and held it to the white lion's mouth. "Here, open your mouth." The white lion shut its mouth and didn't eat. I'm hungry. The voice of the heart is plain and bland, as if it is repeating what Wen Youning said earlier. Wen Youning didn't expect the white lion to be waiting for her here. I was joking. How could I let you go hungry? Come on, take a bite. Wen Youning waved the meat near the white lion's nose. It smells good, right? If you eat the meat, then when it hurts later, you won't be allowed to bite me, understood? We have an old saying which goes, a soft mouth after eating a person. It means that after biting someone, the mouth becomes soft and can no longer chew on delicious meat. Wen Youning said seriously. Fake. No, it's real. You just don't understand it because you've been in the wild all this time. Wen Youning touched the white lion's head. Come on, eat up. Eat more meat. Eating and drinking enough, the white lion can recover faster. Nutritional injections and supplements only address the symptoms, not the root cause. When Wen Youning returned pushing the cart, he heard Wen Youning persuading the white lion. Is that what this means? My Chinese isn't good, don't fool me. Wen Youning fed the meat. Her arm was already sore from lifting it. All right, I'll put the meat back for now. Will you eat it yourself later? The items have arrived. Quickly stitch up the wound and take a look at the white lion's eyes. But before she finished speaking, before her hand could be withdrawn, the white lion bit into the meat and lightly lifted its jaw to bring it to its mouth. Lions eat slowly and chew thoroughly. On the African savanna, a single buffalo can be consumed by several male lions until dark. The white lion chewed slowly, and it seemed to lack any enthusiasm. Being willing to eat is already a significant improvement. You don't need to come in, Wen Youning said after jumping down from the cage and walking to the door. Just deliver it here. To avoid upsetting the white lion if there are too many people. Everything that might be needed is here. Wen Youning pushed the cart inside. As soon as the door opened, the heavy smell of blood hit her, making Wen Youning unconsciously hold her breath. She turned her gaze aside and noticed that the white lion was looking in her direction. Even though she knew that the white lion's eyes were injured and it could see nothing, Wen Youning still felt inexplicably like she was being focused on by a wild beast. It seems like the perspective of the hunted. She felt uncomfortable all over. Teacher Wen, you must take good care of yourself, Wen Youning said softly. If it doesn't work, we'll all go together. In a sea of people, we will always find an opportunity. The white lion raised its head, and Wen Youning shrank her neck back. Anyway, your safety is the most important. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. Wen Youning had participated in wildlife rescue projects before the story began and had dealt with wild beasts around the world. In fact, communication is possible. Many ferocious animals are not as terrifying as they seem. There are indeed encounters where someone pretends to be nice to you on the surface, but is secretly looking for an opportunity to ambush and devour you. However, in such cases, the true feelings will generally expose everything. Wen Youning is completely unperturbed. Pushing a small cart in, the white lion is still chewing. It seems to be chewed just for the sake of chewing, not to crush the food before swallowing it. I'm here. Wen Youning parked the cart on the side. I'll try to be gentle, let's take it slow. The white lion paused for a moment, then continued to chew on its own. After disinfecting, Wen Youning gently pushed the white lion and occasionally patted it to provide comfort, saying, "Come on, lie down like this, that's right." The white lion that was originally crouching scratched at the floor of the cage, which had already become pitted from its scratching. Unknowingly, its body leaned to one side, and the white lion, which had been curled up in one corner, lay down on its side, almost occupying the entire cage. While checking the puncture wound on its leg, Wen Youning also examined the white lion's abdomen, as the abdomen and spine are important areas for lions. Experienced male lions would deliberately protect these areas in a fight. Otherwise, if they attack without defense, even if they win, they will be seriously injured. If the reserve does not intervene medically, the winning male lions will only have a dead end. Wen Youning lightly poked the back of the needle against the white lion's body, occasionally tapping it. Estimating that it was almost done, adjusted the floor lighting and picked up the needle holder to install it properly. She held the tweezers in her left hand and the needle holder in her right hand, saying, "It will be done soon, just a little pain." The white lion's hind leg instinctively moved due to the pain. "Great job, good one, just a bit more. One more time. You are the strongest lion, you are the king of the lions. The last one. Actually, it's not as painful as imagined, right? Come a little more." The white lion flicked its ears a little. Right, just like that. The penetrating wound looked as if it had been bitten through by a tooth. The opening was not large, and it only needed stitches because the penetration was relatively deep. The good news is that the lion's tooth did not remain in the wound. If it had broken off inside, surgery would be needed to remove it. With the suturing done, Wen Youning also let out a sigh of relief. Outside, Qian Yu clutched Zhao Zi's hand, watching the bloodied thread move back and forth, her eyes almost in a daze. She had to check the wound, look at Wen Youning and keep an eye on the white lion. Qian Yu was extremely busy. Zhao Zi comforted her, saying, "Don't be too nervous." "I'm not nervous. What am I nervous about?" Qian Yu denied as she opened her mouth. Zhao Zi said lightly, "If you're not nervous, can you hold your own hand?" Oh. Qian Yu looked apologetically at the marks on Zhao Zi's hands with her hands clasped together. There were still some traces of blood in her nail beds. Zhao Zi turned around. "Did you learn it?" "Park doctor." This statement makes sense. The learning from observation and treatment is about the techniques and the methods to solve problems encountered. But it is clear that Wen Youning's handling methods are very common, extremely common, something that veterinarians at ordinary animal clinics would do. In fact, they are even those taught in textbooks, along with images and videos from the PPT presented by the teacher during class. The key is in communication. It's not enough to tell the white lion, "I'm saving you, don't bite me," and expect it to stop. If you can do it, you don't need to learn. If you can't, then how do you learn? Not using anesthesia to suture a wild white lion. If you share this case, even those unfamiliar with the field will think it's nonsense. In the ward, Wen Youning was still busily working, tending to her injuries before opening the cage. Splash! The heavy chains wrapped around the outside were removed, with iron chains thicker than Wen Youling's arms wound several times. The white lion slightly lowered its head. "Don't move around." Wen Youning dragged all the iron chains to the side, clapped her hands, disinfected, and then put on gloves. "I'm coming up." Woo-woo. The painkillers took effect and the white lion was quieter than before. It seemed to be sleepy. Wen Youning approached, crouching down in front of the white lion. "I'll take a look at your eyes. Does it hurt now?" "Yes." "It's uncomfortable." "It's uncomfortable. It's okay, sister will take a look. Now lift your head." Wen Youning held the white lion's chin in her palm, facing the white lion just like before, the only difference being that there were no iron bars between them this time. Wen Youning's fingertip touched the white lion's eyelid, gently lifting it. "Does it hurt?" The white lion did not respond, but its breathing grew heavier. "It should still hurt." "I think the eye pressure was measured before," Wen Youning said quietly, slowly lifting the white lion's left eyelid, revealing a blurred scar that slanted down from the eye. It should have been caused by a lion's claw. The corneal scratch is swollen and congested, and there should be ulcers inside. Wen Youning checked both eyes, finding that the right eye was injured less severely than the left, but it wasn't in good condition either. "Okay, lie down for a while, I'll be back soon," Wen Youning said, patting the white lion. Just as she turned around, she felt her clothes at the back being snagged by something. Wen Youning looked back to see the white lion tightly closing its eyes, its front paw unknowingly hanging onto the hem of her shirt. Wen Youning held the white lion's paw and freed her shirt from the large lion's grip. "I'll be back in 2 minutes, just going to grab a few things." She took off her gloves and rubbed the white lion's paw, then jumped out of the cage again, typed the names of the needed medications on her phone, thought for a moment given the white lion's current condition, and added a few more notes before sending it all to Wen Yu. Wen Youning went out and said, "Bring some new medication and gauze as well." The gauze in the medical kit had already been used up. Okay, Wen Yu didn't understand medicine, so he brought along an animal doctor who did. Zhao Zi organized his thoughts. He had a lot to say to Wen Youning, but when the words reached his mouth he got stuck on what to say first. After a long struggle, all I remember is that in the end, Wen Youning opened the cage and went in. Zhao Zi said, "It's a bit risky to recklessly share the same cage with the white lion.